is their regular Adrian Silvera. He'll be coming from the side of with the side screen, and he'll be bowling to the two opening batsmen is Ram and Ram De Hall. So the Silva is the man who is opening the attack. He's left-handed. This one was just up in the mid-range area, and the batsman there just came forward, tucked it wrong, and they went through for a comfortable single. You have the wicketkeeper Giovanni Richardson, the man who had to go around and at least make that stop. So the Guyanese total is off and running from the first ball, and that promises to be a good sign for them because they get things going. But from the first delivery, it seemed to be that this ball that will get some life and some lift from this wicket. This one is down the leg side and it's tucked around the corner. They come for one, they go for a sharp second one, and the score is advanced by one more. So it's a good start this morning for the Guyanese from 2 deliveries, and they are off and running. Vishram?
Yeah, it's good intent seen between running between the wickets by the two batters, rotating the strike quite nicely in the first 2 deliveries. Silvera has blown very hot and cold throughout this tournament. Yeah, he's gotten a number of wickets, but he's been a bit expensive. You know, his initial spells hasn't been the greatest, but when he does come back later on in the innings, he's been very effective. He would have made a game very exciting with a 5-wicket haul against the Leeward Islands as he continues.
Good delivery, this one, this lifting, and it has some good carry, good bounce, and it went through to Richardson. Richardson took it quite high, so that ball was still climbing when it passed the opening batsman, and you can see that he just shoulder arms and allow it to go, Ram to Hall, allow it to go outside the off stump. Had some good carry in it, and I somehow the other like the look of left arm fast bowlers. They bring a new dimension to the game, and they also create some problems for the batsmen. This one is outside the off stump once again, and is not the batsman was not forced to play any delivery. It went through to Richardson, and the score remains on 3 without loss. And when you look around the field, there's a slip. There's a man at a backward, a short, a man you can see at backward point. There's a point, there's an extra cover, and there's a man and wide mid-on, widest mid-off, and mid-on also. There's a man at short mid-wicket, and there's a one on the square leg fence, on the fine leg fence. This one is down the leg side, and Richardson fails to collect cleanly. And this adds one more to the total. The umpire didn't hesitate at all to extend his arms to show that this one was just wide outside the leg stump for a wide and an extra. So it's 5 without loss for Guyana, having been sent into first strike.
Speaking about Adrian Silvera, you see again he's unable to control that new ball. He does struggle with it a bit. As we see the groundsman in the background just getting ready. There's a bit of dark clouds hanging around. Adrian Silvera continuing. It's a nice solid looking defensive stroke there by Parmeshwar Ram. It's a new wicket being used here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. It's one of the most eastern wickets, and it's a new wicket, so therefore we do excited. There's a lot more green grass on it, as you can see on that shot there. So it might be definitely expecting a little more purchase out of the surface, a little more bounce, a little more carry, you know, and maybe hopefully we get some runs on the board on these two teams. A nice high scoring game, and hopefully we can firstly get a lot of play today.
Yes, and we have lost the sunshine. The place is getting a bit gloomy, and as you said, this is a new wicket, so it is new for everyone, for the batsmen, the bowlers, and this one is down the leg side again, and Ram just sees it goes into the glove of the wicketkeeper. So we have lost the sunshine, and you said as you rightfully point out, the groundsmen are standing by because this is a time that sometimes the rain comes and hits you suddenly. So you will need to be on the alert. The Guyana, on the other hand, they are employing the left-right combination. The left-handed batsman is Ram, and Ram Hall is the man who is the right-hander.
Definitely a lot of carry on the surface. It's really good to see. Silvera will enjoy that. He's a tall left-handed bowler. You know, he does swing the ball a bit as well. But on this occasion, just well played by Parmeshwaran, just dropping the hands and allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and at the end of the first over, Guyana sent into a first strike. They are batting 6 without loss. And talking about Silvera, I believe if we're looking at his first over, he's still searching for length and line, and searching for that right length and right line to if he is to cause some trouble to these opening batsmen, and he needs his length has to be right there because too many times in the opening over we saw the ball, lifting out nicely out on the leg side or outside the off stump. You need to have the batsman playing at every delivery, and that is where you learn the art of fast bowling. Of a good bowler, you got to have the batsman playing at every delivery because you don't want to be wasting the new ball.
As we saw that shot earlier there by our cameraman Dimitri Ramdani, there's a lot of cloud cover here, and that has forced the umpires off the field of play to curtail play at this point in time. Astel?
Yes, indeed, and the weather has really turned us around here because we were expecting a full day's play, and all of a sudden there is this heavy drizzle. The rain is coming down now, forcing the groundsmen to come onto the field, and the players are leaving the field very slowly indeed. You can see they don't want to leave. They want to play cricket, but the weather conditions is not one that will allow that. As you can see, Ram is pointing to the cloud area, saying, we know it's get started after the first over. The two umpires are out there, and they are walking out slowly indeed. The groundsmen are getting the covers on, and we wait to see how long this break will be. We can see some of the Guyanese players, some of the Jamaican players, they are not too keen also to come off. They are looking back to see exactly what's happening. So we'll take a break as the groundsmen put on the covers for our first interruption of this final round encounter between Jamaica and Guyana at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. Well, welcome back at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver, where we, after a long delay, we have play will be resumed within the next couple of minutes. You can see, I see the umpires. The umpire, Daniel, she is waving to the scorers, and the batsmen outside waiting. As we see, the play will continue from this time after this long delay. I must tell you that there has been some adjustment to the game, to the total fixture of the game. It is now a 21 over affair after that long delay, because play got started at 10:30. After 1 over was bowled, we had that long interruption because of rain, and then a damp outfield. Umpires had 3 inspections, and this last one made it 4, and they decided to have play going at this time. Guyana, they were inserted to bat, and they resumed on 6 without loss. Now they have added 1 to the overnight score, to their score, and it's now 7 without loss. That was a really high bouncer indeed. When it was short, it may have pitched in his half of the field. Moore is the bowler, and it climbed over the batsman's head. So joining me at this time is Mr. Vishram. Vishram, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary booth. It's been a long haul today.
Yeah. Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, Astel. It's definitely been a long way to get cricket, as we see variation in bounce already. This one just scooting through and going past the wicket keeper, and it goes down to the third-man boundary for 4 byes.
Oh yes, indeed, and the umpire just confirmed that it is well, I didn't see. I just saw the 4 signal, but I didn't see the leg raise or the extra sign. So maybe he must have gotten a touch onto it. Is it 4 runs or 4 extra? Let's see what happened there.
So we're back live. Another short one down the leg side. It's a wide. So just a reminder that we're using a new wicket here today. It's no longer morning, so we're in the afternoon here in Cricket Centre, Vancouver. A new wicket, a lot of green grass on the surface, so there will be a lot of extra bounce, but we already saw that one scooting through, so therefore bounce very variable. It's going to be a bit difficult conditions. Also a lush green outfield will be slow. Jade Moore haven't found his line thus far. It's been a very erratic over, conceding 4 runs, just bowling the 2 legal deliveries, 3 wides included. It was 4 byes, so 14 without loss in 1.2 overs. A reminder that the first power play is 4 overs. So it's a 21 over side affair. 3 power plays. First one is 4, second is 13, and the second will be 4 overs. According
that one was a better directed delivery. It was on the leg stump, and we just walked around there for a single. And Jedi Moore, he will try to at least to get it right, to get his length and line right. But he's bowling to a left-right combination, so that may make it a bit more difficult for him if he cannot get it right. Well, short again, a shortest delivery. Didn't climb as he would have liked, but it went through the wicketkeeper Richardson, and there is no run. So Guyana having been sent into first strike, they are 15 without loss, and we are still in the second over of this match. Outside the off stump again, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all. Umpire Daniel extended her arms to indicate to the scorers that it was wide outside the off stump, and one more had been added to the total. 16 without loss.
Jari Moore struggling to control this new ball.
But it so happened that all ends well without we seeing the medical team had to come on to take care of anybody. But it is a good catch indeed, because it is always a tough one for the bowler to take a catch off his own bowling. And that one was hit high in the air. It was missed it. He tried to pull it through, maybe through mid wicket, and he hit the lower bottom of the bat and didn't make full contact. It went high in the air. The keeper, Richardson, and the bowler Moore, they both came towards it, and there seemed to be a bit of lack of communication, but Moore held on. And so Jamaica and so Guyana, they have lost their first wicket with a score on 16.
Yeah, so 16 for 1 in 2 overs. Continuing the attack now from the northern end will be Adrian Silvera.
And we must remind our viewers that we are in the third over, but the play got started at 9:30, and there was this long interruption because of a sharp shower and a damp outfield. The umpires had 3 inspections to make sure that all is well before they allow play. And now we are down to this time of play. Good delivery again. Good one from Silvera outside the off-stump, left arm over the wicket, leaving the left-handed ram, and it went through to Richardson. A good delivery. It's always a nice sight, Vichram, to see a left-handed fast bowler leaving his opposite number and then going through the keeper, beating him all ends up.
And there we go again, another short delivery and getting the top edge, going behind the wicket keeper. They're able to cross over for 1. So definitely a tactic being utilized here by the Jamaican under 17s, attacking the Guyanese batters with short deliveries, with short pitch bowling. A barrage of short pitch bowling here.
Yes, this seemed to be, and they realized that the wicket has some, because it's a new wicket, as you stated. It's a new wicket, so they will be unfamiliar how this wicket will play, and it seemed to have some juice, some life in it, some bounce, and they are exploiting that type of that bounce in the wicket. Let's see what happened here now.
New batter is Shamar Apple. He's coming in at number 3, so he's been promoted up the order, and immediately from that first delivery you can see that he's been sent to do a job. He's a lot of intent in that shot, trying to go over the top. Didn't make much contact, it just trickled back to the man at mid-off, no run. So Shamar Apple here seems as if he's come out to try and do a bit of pinch hitting. He's pretty good left-handed wicket-keeper batsman.
Yes, once that ball is pitched up to him, he will go after it, and that one was down the leg side. He made a mighty swing, a good attempt to make contact. Did make contact, and he went through to the wicket keeper, and the score remains on 17 for 1. I think Silvera will be well advised if he can keep it up to the batsman.
This one short and wide and cut away. It is a very heavy outfield here, so it chases on. They're able to haul it back in, and they cross over for 2.
Yes, that delivery was just outside the off-stump there, and Apple, he came across and he really gave it the treatment. A square cut that went past the man at point, and it took some doing from his teammate to pull it back, and they went through for 2 comfortable runs. But like I said before, Silvera will do himself a world of good if he keeps it up and use the short delivery as the surprise delivery. But as you can say, this is the end of the over, the end of the third over, and the score remains on 19 for 1.
Yeah. So after resuming play, they've added another 13 runs with the loss of Richard Ramdial. Just a reminder, it's a 21 over game. First power play is 4 overs, so this will be the last over of the first power play, in which only 2 fielders would be allowed outside the 30-yard circle. It will be Jade Moore to continue. He had a very was able to take a wicket, but he had a number of wides in that first over. He's struggling a bit, Jade Moore. But
yes, he seemed to be struggling. I mean, to get that Lincoln line and his direction going. But sometimes these things happen in cricket. When you are struggling at your most, that is the time you pick up the most amount of wickets. And when you're bowling beautifully, length line and good pace, the rewards are very minimal.
He's definitely intent on bowling short throughout. Not a short delivery to start over down the leg side. Ram getting on the edge, and it goes down to fine leg for 1.
Yes, and that one was a bit short again. He's on the short side trying to. I don't know if he is overjoyed by seeing the kind of bounce in the wicket, and he is trying to exploit that to his fullest. But there has to be he has to mix it along, take the ball up and also use that short delivery as a surprise weapon. But Moore once more.
Oh no. Disastrous cricket here. A call sent him back. It was an opportunity for a run out, and the Jamaicans recklessly just throwing the ball away, not being able to. Again, when we look at the replay, it was an easy opportunity. The batsman was nowhere in sight, and still on the second opportunity, they just left the ball behind, and Ram was able to get back into his crease. So chaos in the middle there.
Oh yes, I mean total confusion there among the fieldsmen, lack of communication, you can say, among the fieldsmen, and that one they went for a quick single, and the fieldsman charging in there to deny them that. He slid on the ground, and lucky for him, there was no danger indeed, no injury to him.
Yeah, you can see how damned the outfield is, so the umpires have done well to get these players out there in the middle to play, to have a game completed, but it's still very difficult conditions. Another short delivery. It has been a change in the bowling. It's actually Perico Henry bowling now from the southern end.
Yes, and the fieldsman going down was Jade Moore. Yeah, I mean that's one of the bowlers. So for a couple of seconds, his captain must have been holding his hand and holding his head and thinking, well there's might be an injury there, but there's none. This one from Henry outside the off stump, and Apple just stick the bat inside the pad and allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. The score is 22 for 1, and we are in the 4th over.
It's been a much better over here by Perico Henry. He's pulled him around the legs. This one keeping a bit low. It's another short delivery, but Shamar Apple going. It appears as if it's actually Parmeshwar Ram moving across too much into the offside, exposing his leg stump and being castled by Perico Henry. So the Guyana are now 22 for 2 in the 4th over.
Oh yes, indeed, and I thought maybe that one must have hit his pad, because I saw the reaction of Henry, and I thought maybe it must have touched the pad, and maybe he was asking something, but not knowing that one went onto the leg stump, and still his 3 stumps indeed. Yeah, so he's making his way back to the pavilion, and Jamaica, well, they picked up their 2nd wicket, 22 for 2, and we are at the end, coming to the end of the first power play, and well, Jamaica have done well to really pick up 2 fast wickets here. I thought the batsman went too much inside of his wicket, trying to work it around. Henry saw he was doing that maybe a couple of balls ago, and he concentrated on that leg stump, and he hit the leg stump. So Guyana now 2 down for the loss of for just 22 runs.
Yeah, excellent over by Perico Henry. He's been able to come onto the attack first change, replacing Jade Moore, who was successful in his previous over, but wasn't able to control his line and his length. Perico Henry has done that and has gotten much rewarded for it, taking the wicket of Parmeshwar Ram. So the new batter now is Romario Ramdial. He'll be replacing Ram. Ramdial is also the captain of the Guyana boys.
Good delivery indeed, excellent delivery. Good one from Henry to the new batsman. That one was just on offside the off stump. He came forward, he came halfway forward, didn't commit himself totally, and that one went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run there. But Perico Henry is really enjoying this over, where he already picked up a wicket.
Umpires just a bit indecisive whether the over has been completed. Just you can see that they're on them headsets trying to confirm if that is the case, and it has been confirmed that the fourth over has been completed. The end of the first power play. It's 22 for 2. Guyana boys being put into bat after Jamaica won a toss much earlier this morning.
Yes, indeed, and you can see some haste and some the Jamaicans. They are trying their best to keep their over rate up, because you can see the fieldsmen are running to their respective positions at the end of the over, hoping to keep to get enough time in, because you remember it's 21 overs we are aiming at before there's a change of innings. So
another bowling change. It's going to be Ryan Littleton taking up the attack from the northern end.
Yes, Ryan is a pretty good all-rounder, because I saw a little of him at the Queen's Park Oval, where he scored a half century and he picked up about three wickets. And he's not a bad all-rounder, and it's not a bad change indeed at this time at the end of the first power play. So the Jamaicans will be seeking to really to make full advantage of what they already created. They have picked up 2 wickets, and maybe Ryan Littleton will be able to add to that wicket tally.
Yeah, Ryan Littleton has been very impressive since his entrance into this competition. We know that he's been a replacement player. Yeah, Jamaica did have 2 injuries, 2 players having to return home, and Littleton would have been one of those players coming in to replace the players that were injured. As he starts with a short delivery, it's pulled away again. It's going to hold up, it's going to plug in the outfield due to the wet damp nature of it, and this one they're able to cross over for 2.
Yes, indeed. It didn't start too well with a short delivery, and it was given the treatment in which it requires. It was short there, and it was hammered as it just passed a mid-wicket, and it took some doing to pull it back. But the outfield isn't lightning quick, so the fieldsman didn't have much more to do.
This one he's pitching up and it's driven down to long on. Man comes in there and throws it back in. So just one more. So very attacking intent here by Shamar Apple. It is 21 overs, so he's probably taking into consideration that, he's in T20 mode. Do have a CPL clash going on at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinbago Knight Riders taking on St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. Do we have an update on the scores there? Are you a fan of the CPL, Astel?
CPL, I like the excitement, what the tournament generates. Right? It brings out the spectators, it brings out the best and it brings out the creativity in the Trimbagonian.
This one pitched up on the pads and worked into the onside, misfielded there by the man at mid-wicket, and they're able to cross over for 2. So that's good running between the wickets there by the Guyanese pair.
Excellent running indeed, and that is what you will be looking at at this level of the game, where the running between the wickets are excellent. Shots selection will be quite good, and the bowlers keeping a Lincoln line. They're going to make mistakes here and there, but this is a developmental process, and they got to be doing it right.
So just rotating the strike by these two at the moment. Knocking it around, rotating the strike and maintaining that left-right combination. Shamar Apple, the left-hander. Captain Romario Ramdial, right-handed.
I thought Littleton is a little too short. I mean, he tends to skid along the wicket with his deliveries, but this time when he puts it short, it tends to come up to a nice height in which the batsman will enjoy. This one is a big, an expansive extra cover drive, you can say. It went high over the head of the fieldsman. They chased it down, but in the process, they got 2 runs again. And Apple is really, he stated his intentions when he came in, and he hasn't changed his mind at all. He's going after anything tossed up to him. He's going to go for a big shot indeed. Yeah. There's 2 more runs added to the total. It's now 30 for 2.
4 men out on the boundary rope. It's a deep cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket, and he knocks it down to long off for a single.
So that brings us to the end of the 5th over. over number 5, and the score is 31 for 2 at the end of the 5th over.
Yeah, what was most impressive about the batting in that over, the batsmanship, was that they were able to rotate the strike every single delivery. They were able to at least get 1 off it, 1 or 2, and so it shows that there's a lot of intent between the batters at the moment. They want to rotate strike, they want to be able to score off every delivery as much as possible.
Yes, indeed. They need, that's what they need to do, to keep the scoreboard ticking over, to keep the run rate ticking over also, and to set the fielding team a good total indeed. Perico Henry continues, and this one is short. Big expansive, big pull indeed. Missed, and maybe it must have hit his body, and the keeper came from behind. Richardson picks up and returns it to via his closest fieldsman to the bowler.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of variable bounce. Some have definitely risen to the keeper. Now that one keeping low, so that will be concerning to the batters.
Yes, it will, because there is a certain amount of uncertainty and indecision will be created in the batsman's minds, and you find when that is happening is that you feel a sense of you feel uncomfortable, not knowing exactly if to come forward, where and how this ball or how most of the deliveries will behave. But for Perico Henry, he continues to do what he does best. The one was short again.
Yeah, another short delivery. So they're consistently bowling short, and the Guyanese batters, they haven't been able to make full use of those short deliveries.
But the Guyanese skipper Ramta Hall, he just came right there and he made sure that he defended and no danger was created. 32 for 2.
Nicely played into the offside of a single, and it's also a no ball, so Perico Henry will be very disappointed with that, in now allowing the Guyanese batters a free hit.
A free hit indeed. I saw umpire Daniel making sure, getting the sign in to tell the batter and the fieldsman that it's a free hit. Let's see how Apple will handle this one. He went after it, but misses everything. He threw everything at it. He threw the whole kitchen behind it, missed, and it went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So that free hit wasn't capitalized on at all.
Yeah, probably not the best shot selection. He was charging the bowler and wasn't in a balanced state at the point of, and was unable to make contact. This one, he stays a lot steadier and just knocks it into the offside, and easily able to go through for a single. That's good running. We always say that it's very important that you have a stable ground, stable footing, and also keep your head still in order to make contact. That's when you get the best timing. And some of the best power hitters in the world, the likes of Christopher Henry Gale, in this T20 format, over 14,000 runs. He always stood very still at the point of contact and hit the ball a very, very long way. Are you a fan of Christopher Henry Gale?
Well, I mean, everybody loves Chris Gale. I mean, he was one of the most exciting players around. Once he's playing any form of the game, be it Test cricket or be it the other formats, the shorter formats of the game, Chris Gale always gave the fans and he gave the bowlers a big headache indeed, because once he's on the go, he's a very, very difficult man to contain, but he's a crowd pleaser. He is an entertainer, and that is what people love about Chris Gale. He's a man who really loves to entertain, and he makes maximum use of every delivery that is bowled badly to him.
Yeah, so Shamar Apple will be hoping to entertain the few spectators that have gathered here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. He's 11 of 14 deliveries, as Littleton continuing from the northern end. Very expensive first over, conceding 9 runs. And
that's a big shot indeed from Shamar Apple. He really gave it a whack, and that one it went high over wideish mid-on. Well, I think the umpires are waiting. They haven't given a signal as yet. Is it a 4 or 6? We wait and see. But it seemed like that was given the maximum again, and a big one again from Shamar Apple. A big one. He's going after a little bit with a certain amount of vicious intent, because he's playing some big expansive drives here. And the score motors on to 43 for 2, and we are just in the 7th over.
Yeah, the ball before it was full and he went maximum over long off. So the first 6 of the innings of the bat of Shamar Apple, and then able to get a single, bringing Ramdale back on strike. He seems a bit more content with just rotating the strike and feeding the strike back over to Apple, who's on the go at the moment.
Yes, and that is sensible batting indeed. That is a sensible type of batting. Once you have a man who is rolling and who's in the groove, as they say, or who's in the mood, you allow him to take charge, and the captain is doing a responsible anchor role here. Another single there for Shamar Apple. He just pushed this one straight past the bowler, wideish of the bowler, and they went through for a comfortable single. The score moved on to 44 for 2. And we're still in the 7th over.
Yeah, very good start for Shamar Apple in his innings, final innings of this under 17 CWI Rising Stars Championship. He'll be hoping to make it count. Guyana would be in need of a partnership here. It's 21 overs aside, so this is the 7th over. 14 overs remain at the end of the 7th. 44 for 2. 14 overs remain. Guyana would be hopeful that they can bat all of these 14 overs. You have 8 wickets in hand, possibly looking for another at least about 100 runs or so to set a target of about 140. You think that will be competitive, Astle?
Yes, I think 140 will be a good. That means that they'll be looking at just about 7 runs over, and that isn't much. It isn't too difficult for a team that will be batting last or be chasing. It shouldn't be all that difficult, but we wait and see how things unfold. And there we see Apple again swinging at this delivery from Henry. Went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
The conditions doesn't really allow to hit through the line of the delivery because it's such variable bounce. Some are rising, some are keeping low, and then it's a very lush outfield. It's wet, it's damp, so it's going to be difficult for run scoring here. I think a pass score might be more like about 110 or so, at least run a ball, but it's going to take some doing to get there in the first place because, as I said, it's the variable bounce does pose challenges for the batters.
Yes, what we have seen so far of the wicket, the ball, as you mentioned, the variation in the bounce of the wicket, and the batsmen, most of them are just staying back and playing the pull, and those big drives, but on the back foot drives, they are not coming onto the front foot because the ball is not allowing them to do that, and the bowlers are not taking it right up to them. So you find that the bounce of the wicket will always be a great concern to the batters, and the bowlers. Well, once they get it right, it could spell trouble.
Yeah, Henry is bowling pretty well. He's in the middle of a good spell. He's in his third over. He's conceded 9 runs, has picked up the wicket. So he continues to be economical. A little disappointed on that occasion, just string on the pads and worked onto the onside.
Yes, indeed, and Apple will be very, very pleased with his start so far. He has scored 21 runs and has faced 21 deliveries. And there you can see the replay for that. This misfield here.
Again, the variation in bounce, it takes the under edge and it goes through down to third man. So that's one more to Apple, one more to Guyana. It pushes them on to 47 in the 8th over. We are in the second power play. The second power play consists of 13 overs.
Yes, 13 overs indeed, and we picking up the attack from this end is Henry will continue his spell.
Very steady by Romario Ramdial. Continues to rotate the strike quite easily. He's been finding the gaps, and he's now moves on to 6 of 9 deliveries. So he's done well, able to feed the strike to Shamar Apple, who's come out with a lot of intent.
Yes, I think this is the plan in which the team's strategy is to have one batsman who is on the go, take on the bowlers, and the other will play the sheet anchor role. And the captain has done that. Romario Ramdial, he has decided to play the sheet anchor to feed his partner Shamar Apple with most of the strike. So the run rate, so he will be able to take on the bowlers and to keep the score rate at a very, very good clip indeed. The score is now 48 for 2, and we are in the 8th over.
Yeah, excellent over by Perico Henry there, just conceding 4 runs off it. So the captain will have a decision to make now. Would he continue with Perico Henry? Because it's a reminder, it's 21 overs, so only one bowler can bowl 5, and 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 4. So he's both completed 3 overs already. Will you, if you were in the captain's seat boot, ask the round, would you continue with Perico Henry or just hold him back, keep that 2 overs or maybe 1 for the death?
Oh, well, I mean, looking at it here, I will have continued with him and try to pick up a next wicket indeed. And by doing so, if he can remove Apple or Ramdial, then it will add a little more pressure onto the Guyanese batting lineup. You need to take wickets to really insert pressure upon this batting lineup. And I would have gone with him to continue and see where, because he wasn't bowling all that bad.
Littleton continuing from the northern end. Ramdial is able to knock it down to long on and give Shamar Apple, the strike. Littleton, he's in his third over. It's been a bit expensive. He's going just above 8 runs and over at the moment.
Yes, he started a bit on the short side and he paid the price for it, tried to settle down. And the amazing thing about this game of cricket, well, how you start as a bowler, once you don't get it right in the opening over, you tend to be struggling throughout. And it takes a lot of courage to really pull it back. And Littleton is trying his best to pull it back there. And you can see that one was also short. A big shot by Apple went to the keeper. It didn't trickle all that far, so he was denied any going for a bye or a run. And so it is again down the leg side. The umpire Sandy Kachif Sandy, he decided, well, he sticks out his hand very early to indicate to the bowler and to all around that it is a party line delivery, which is wide outside the leg stump.
So much better delivery, much a bit straighter. Two wides in the over so far. So Littleton continues to prove to be expensive. He's struggling a bit on this Monday afternoon here in Trinidad. A massive hit over cow corner, and this one will go into the boundary, into the banks, and that's 6 more to Shamar Apple.
And he's doing exactly what his captain wanted and what the team at this time would like to see of him. He's going after the bowling. When you have Littleton not bowling the right line, you find the left-handed Apple, Shamar Apple, he will make maximum use of it. And that one was pitched up. He came forward, he cleared the right foot, and he went through with the swing and then brought him a maximum hit. Look at that. You can see him clearing his right leg to make sure that he has a clean swing of it, and it went all the way for a maximum.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Astle. He definitely just opened up his hips a bit and had full use of the arms and went over mid-wicket. So excellent batting here by Shamar Apple. He's on the go. He's batting well.
A good comeback with this delivery from Littleton after being clobbered for a 6. This one, he kept it a little closer to the batsman body, and Apple wasn't able to do anything but to defend that delivery. So a good comeback by Littleton indeed.
It's played into the onside. He quickly scampered through for 2. So that's good batting. Not just looking for the maximums, the boundaries, but able to rotate the strike and get 2 on that occasion. Just nicely played with deft touch to the 30-yard circle in the crossover for 2. So excellent batting there by Shamar Apple.
57 for 2 at the end of the 9th over. Oh, we are still into the 9th over. 8.4. I see the umpires are. I'm unsure of what is taking place here, but I see it could be the end of the over.
Yeah, just the scoreboard hasn't been updated as yet, but it's 59 for 2 after 9 overs. And now we'll see the introduction of spin for the first time this afternoon. It will be DeMarco Scott.
Oh yes, DeMarco Scott. I think isn't he the captain of the Jamaican lineup? See, I believe he is.
DeMarco Scott, right arm off spin. He'll be turning the ball in to the right-handed Romario Ramdial, who's on strike. And there's a man at deep backward square and long on, a long off, and a sweep on the offside. The sweep on the offside is actually coming in now. And it's going to be on the 30-yard circle, just about cover point. So there's a backward point, a cover point, the man at cover. Short mid-wicket. And you see third man coming across. He's going to come across in front of square. DeMarco Scott. with his first delivery of the day. Ramdial trying to punch it off the back foot, not making contact. It goes through, goes past the wicket keeper as well, and they're able to go through far by. Richardson struggling a bit behind the stumps. That one unable to hold on to it. Maybe the variation and bounce posing a challenge.
That happens a lot when you have the bounce is unpredictable. You find that the keepers they will have a nightmare when it comes to in their minds how they're going to approach, how are they going to be, what height this ball becoming having past the bat sometimes, and if you're not quite alert, you can be caught wanting. And you can see there the Jamaican fielders they weren't as sharp as they supposed to be, and allowing.
Yeah, that's Ram Naresh Singh at short cover. He was a bit on his heels, and well played by Shamar Apple, and able to go through for a quick single. That's well played. Marco Scott struggling with his line as well. This one string down the leg side, and it's a wide as well as a bye, so that's 2 wides to be added to the total. So it's just been off colour here, the Jamaicans. They've struggled a bit with this left-right combination. Shamar Apple facing up again. This one is given a bit of air and it spooned into the offside. It's no run. Bit of an inquiry there by DeMarco Scott. Hopeful to get the wicket of Shamar Apple. He seems as if he's the danger man here.
Yes, I think that is the man that they would like to see the back of very, very soon indeed, because he has been taking the fight to the Jamaicans. And well, let's see with this one coming across his body, he makes a big swing indeed. Is that and he went after the Marcus Scott, and he went with all his might, and that one went down the throat of the fieldsman on the deep deep on the mid wicket, not mid wicket, but mid on deep on the boundary. He went straight down his throat. He didn't make no mistake indeed, and that one was an easy dismissal. Let's have a second look. Went after it, lifted up high up in the air. And a good catch indeed, an excellent catch indeed to dismiss Shamar Apple, who had a very good cameo knock indeed. He took his team from slow pace into to have them sailing along, and to keep that run rate going on. So the score is now 63 for 3, and we're in the 10th over.
So a big wicket here for Jamaica, getting the man of getting Shamar Apple, and they'll be very pleased about that, because he's the one that's been doing the bulk of the scoring. In comes Adrian Hitmaya. He'll be taking strikes. So now it's 2 right-handers in the middle for the Guyanese. So it should be a little less of a challenge now for the Jamaican bowlers.
Yes, the Jamaicans they might breathe as a little easier, a sigh of relief, because they no longer have to be moving from left to right, but they can concentrate having the ball on one side of the wicket indeed. The Marcus Scott.
Bowling well, conceded 3 runs in this over, but he's gotten the prize wicket of Shamar Apple. This one, another excellent delivery, a bit of turn, a bit of purchase there into the right-handed Hitmaya. It just goes into the offside. It's no run, it's another dot ball. So excellent over by DeMarco Scott.
And that's the type of over in which Jamaica wanted, and they wanted to see the back of Shamar Apple, which they did at the end of that over that went there, and they will be feeling a bit relieved, because Shamar Apple was really going after the bowlers and really having this run rate taking over at a rapid pace. But he's back in the pavilion, and the Jamaicans, well, with the Marcus Scott, he beginning to turn the ball and get some bounce also. So it can be a pretty uncomfortable time for the right-handed batsman. As you can see, the score is now 63 for 3, and we have completed 10 overs.
It is a long weekend here in Trinidad and Tobago. We would have celebrated 63rd anniversary of independence yesterday, Sunday, the 31st of August. And Trinbago Knight Riders continue to be in that celebratory mood. They are on the verge of victory at Taruba, as the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots chasing 180 for victory. They require 14 runs off one delivery. So TKR, another seemingly poised for another victory here at home.
Very good, excellent record indeed. Since they came back home, they have been unbeaten, and they have been playing excellent cricket indeed in all the three departments of the game: batting, bowling, and fielding. As they have one more game on Wednesday before they leave before they hit the road again. And this is a good delivery from the new bowler there. It seemed to be the leg spin of Ramnaraj Singh. That one is a good delivery indeed. Outside the off stump, just pitching on the middle stump, going further away, and the batsman was left wanting there.
So a good start here by Ramnaraj Singh. He's a wrist spinner. He'll be turning the ball away from the both right-handers.
Yeah,
so
that's how much bounce he can and spin he can impart.
So good captaincy shown by the Jamaicans to bring on Ramnaraj Singh here as the two right-handers on strike. He knocked this one into the offside and got a single. So Trinbago Knight Riders winning by 12 runs. And they are top of the table in the Caribbean Premier League.
Good delivery there from Ramnaraj Singh there. The batsman went for an almighty swing, missed, and we just took it. Didn't take it all that cleanly, but there was no cause for any alarm. Good delivery again. Singh, his length and line isn't all that bad for an opening over. So he will create, if he continues in this vein, he will create some problems for the batsman. This one again, short, rocks back and try to play that big shot indeed to no great effect. And at the end of the over, at the end of the 11th over, Guyana, they are 65 for 3. Remember, this game has been reduced to 21 overs, and we are at the 11th over.
Yeah, excellent control seen there by Ramnaraj Singh, just conceding 2 runs off that over. Wrist spin bowler, bowling to 2 right-handers, so excellent opening over. That will definitely bode well for his confidence. As you see, DeMarco Scott now continuing from the sudden end. Punch down the ground by Hitmeyer, down to long off, he gets 1. Important that the Guyanese not only get a partnership, but they try and rotate the strike and try and get the scoreboard, keep it ticking.
Yes, indeed, and that's what Sham Apple tried and was successful until his departure. He tried to keep it going and then keep the scoreboard ticking over. That one was down the leg side. And umpire Daniel didn't hesitate at all to extend arms to indicate that it was a wide, too wide for the batsman to reach.
Yeah, it's been a number of extras bowled here by the Jamaicans so far, so that's something that they will not be pleased about. No ball. It's been a no ball and a number of wides, so they've given Guyana a bit of an advantage with those number of extras. Scott continuing this one, giving himself a bit of room there. Ramdale trying to pierce the go offside, unable to do so. He just goes out to the fielder Littleton at cover. It's no run. As Very well kept out. That one just keeping low, turning in and keeping a bit low. Ramdial just getting the bat down on time and goes out into the offside just behind backward point, and this go through quickly for a single. Good calling by Adrian Hetmeyer.
And that's what we were talking about, the unpredictability of this wicket. It's a new wicket, as we mentioned before, so you are seeing the behavioral pattern is very, very unpredictable. Some are keeping low, some are keeping at normal height, and some are climbing at unusual heights. So the batsmen have to be very, very alert indeed, and the bowlers themselves have to be able to keep it tight and keep a good length and line.
Not only have they bowl extras, they've misfielded on a number of occasions as well, so they allow Hetmeyer to go through for a single with the misfield there. He does well.
Yes, and in this format of the game, and in this type of game, when you have a 21 over affair, every run counts, and every bad field or bad feeling will create a big effect upon the team that is continue to make all these errors. But at the end of the over, we are in the 12th over, 68 for 3. Guyana, they are batting first.
Yeah, very valid point there, Astel. In terms of the shorter the format, the margin for error is much less. You can't have to minimize those extras. You have to minimize the fielding errors, because just 21 overs aside, there isn't much time to make up or recover. So therefore you want to be focused every delivery, if not just as a batter or bowler, but as a fielder, because you have to be mindful that the ball can come at you at any given time. You just need to keep your concentration going. As you see, Ramnari Singh continuing. He's bowled an excellent first over and continues well. It's the scamper through for that single. This one deflected to man at third man, and they go through quickly. An excellent call by Romario Ramdial, calling through Hetmeyer, who trusted his call and went along, and they easily and successfully get that single, moving the score to 69.
Yes, indeed. As you can see here, Richardson having his problems behind the wicket, because the ball is that one, the previous delivery, he got up a bit too early, and it went down, and that allowed the batsman to get a comfortable single.
This one is hit in the air. Mid-wicket doesn't have to move much. He just simply stands and settles and takes a very simple catch. That's the end of Romario Ramdial, the captain of the Guyanese team. He loses his wicket, and successful bowling there by Ramnari Singh.
Yes, indeed, that one was a good delivery. wasn't all that short, but he went back, and I thought maybe he didn't realize that it was the leg spinner that was leaving him, the top spinner. He went back and he played a big shot indeed. Didn't get hold of it. It went high in the air, and the man at a short mid wicket didn't have to move. He just stood there and pulled off a good catch. Let's have a look at it again.
Another short one, and that one hitting the toe of the bat again, not making good contact. It goes straight up in the air. Mid wicket takes it quite easily, gleefully, and now Guyana 68 for 4. As we just are waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. It's still stuck at 11.4 overs, but we're in the 13th over now. Ramnari Singh is bowling from the northern end and was able to take the wicket there of Romario Ramdial.
So the new batter of the wicket is, let's see who he is. The new batsman, Emmanuel Lewis. Is this?
Yeah, number 92 on his back.
92, that has to be, well, according to our team this year, 92, Mr. Emmanuel Lewis. Yes, and he will be facing up to Ramnari Singh, who just picked up his first wicket.
And he continues to bowl well. He's shown good control despite the wet conditions. He's done well for a leg spin bowler.
Yes, that one was outside the off stump, and Lewis just came forward and slapped it down. Not with much power, but enough to allow him to get off the mark. This one's outside the off stump, and the umpire had a close look to see if it was just wide, but it was within the regulation of the bowling rules.
Hitmyer stroking it down to long off. He gets one. He's rotating the strike. Ramnari Singh is bowling well. He's in his second over. Just one delivery remaining to complete his second over. He's picked up the wicket of Romario Ramdial. Ramnari Singh, named after the great Guyanese right-handed batsman Ramnari Sarwan.
Quite a big name indeed, but it's just the opposite. Sarwan was one of the finest batsmen that this region has produced, and you have Ramnari Singh. He's a leg spinner, and he's hoping to really to get to the top of his game, where he can progress onto the senior team, come through the ranks, and then make it onto the West Indies senior team. But it's early days for him, and we'll see if he can translate that name power to heights power indeed. So it's now 75 for 4.
13 overs been completed. So the run rate just under 6 runs and over. They'll be pleased about that. They will want to continue that, maintain that run rate at least at 6 runs over throughout the duration of the innings. So that should get them to just about 126 or so. But at the moment, 75 for 4. Scott continuing. He's in his third over. Continues to struggle with his line. It's a wide outside the off stump. Umpire Vicky Daniel doing the needful. This one played into the offside, and they go through quickly for a single. So they're looking to just knock it around and get the ones and twos, build a partnership before we get into the death overs, in which you would expect them to be a bit more attacking.
This is the time in which they need to consolidate to make sure that they can have a strong finish at the end. And the two batters that they will get, the Hitmyer and Lewis, they'll be looking to be around for maybe the next 4 to 5 overs, or 3 or 4 overs, before they get down to, before they really attack, go on full attack.
Once again, that one keeping down. Marcus Scott doing well, bowling economically. This one, and utilizing the conditions. Very well taken by Richardson on that occasion as a tall keeper, staying down. Chance of a run out, but they're able to get through for it quickly. It's just good running, getting it into the gap and calling his teammate through quickly, so with no hesitation, and complete the single quite easily.
Yes, and indeed, most of the times you don't have to hit boundaries, but boundary after boundary, but you need to pick up those singles, pick up those twos, and the run between it has to be good. A big shot indeed, and that one was put down. Up in the air, the fieldsman had all the time in the world. He moved around with such ease. I thought maybe he had it covered, but at the last minute, it dipped in him, and he went and he put it down. So a life there for Emmanuel. Let's have a second look up in the air, right up there. Lewis hit a big one, and coming around, taking his time. I thought he settled on that, but it went. He has spilled the catch.
It's Adrian Silvera there at long on, the tall fast bowler, unable to get. He got it. It's just maybe if he could have moved in a bit quicker, try and get a more stable ground, but he was unable to hold on to it and giving Lewis a reprieve. So Guyana will be happy about that. They move on to 79 for 4 after 80 for 4 after 14 overs.
And that could really could come back and haunt the Jamaicans, because You don't want to give any one of the batters any chances at all, be the catch, be run out, be whatever. So this it might just turn out to be a let-up that may come wrong and really hurt the Jamaicans. But Lewis is there, and so to Hetmeyer. Good delivery from Ramnaraj Singh again. Beat the batsman and went through. The keeper was also beaten.
Yeah, that's a beautiful delivery. Beat Hetmeyer in the flight, and he came down the wicket. It was a misjudgment by Richardson as well. An opportunity for a stumping there. If you take a look at it again, it was beautifully bowled. Beaten in the air and unable to gather it and allowing the batter to get back into the crease. So well bowled, Ramnaraj Singh.
Good one again outside the off stump there, and you had a Hetmeyer just feeling fit outside the off stump. Did make contact, it went through to Richardson. Richardson did take this one very cleanly indeed. Attempted a sharp single there. The fieldsman came in and had a shot at the wicket. They did make contact. Let's see, the umpire has to repair the stumps. And there was a small inquiry as to the run out as the batsman went for a quick single. But the umpire wasn't interested because they had completed that single with much comfort.
This one is hit in the air. Long off is coming in, and another spill chance. DeMarco Scott, he'll be disappointed with that effort.
Yes, indeed. And that one, he had all the time in the world to settle on that, and he got on that and just didn't hold on to it. So there you have it again. Is two chances going down in quick succession, and this is what the Jamaicans will not want to be playing around with, because the more chances you give batsmen is the more and more they will grow in confidence and they can hurt you. So the score is 83 for 4, and we are coming behind the 15th over.
It's been wonderful bowling by Ramnaraj Singh. He's done well. He's unlucky. Should have picked up at least 3 wickets. Now he just has 1, but he's bowled extremely well. He's created a number of opportunities for the Jamaican team. They just haven't been able to hold on.
That's the end of the over indeed from Ramnaraj Singh. He had been bowling quite well indeed. He's a wrist spinner, and he showed good control and has been able to really keep the batsmen in check. Because when you have leg spinners bowling in this format of the game, you can have them being a bit wayward or being a bit short, and they can feel the full brunt of the batsman blade. But on this occasion, Ramnaraj Singh has been keeping it tight, and he has been confusing the batsman, you can say, with Hetmeyer not sure of what he's doing, of where the ball is going, if it is the googly or the leg spinner. And you have Lewis, who just came in, but he's very, very cautious indeed. Lewis is 5 from 5, and Hetmeyer is 8, having faced 16 deliveries.
So once again, DeMarco Scott, he'll be continuing from the sun, and he'll be hoping to make up for the dropped opportunity that he let go of in the previous over.
But a bad miss indeed, and he'll be hoping that the batsman doesn't go on, doesn't carry on to hurt them.
String down the leg side. Once again, Richardson struggles to gather, and they get an additional run along with the wide. So the Jamaicans looking a bit ragged in the outfield here. They dropped a number of chances, a number of misfields.
They need to tighten up. Indeed, they need to tighten up. I mean, the catching has to make a 360 turn, because they have put down 2 chances in quick succession, and the ground fielding left much to be desired.
Yeah, they haven't had the best at tournament. It's been one of those tournaments in which they've had a number of chances. They've put themselves in winning positions, but several occasions they just wasn't able to cross the line. And that's as a result of lack of confidence. Sometimes losing can be a habit, just like winning, and they just haven't been able to put an entire performance together and come out victorious through this tournament.
Yes, winning can be a winning habit, and so too is losing can be a losing habit, and so too lack of confidence. When a team is lack confidence, you find that everything goes wrong in the three departments of the game: bowling, batting, or fielding. That one was a good delivery from the Marco Scott that did disturb, that had some alarm for Hetmeyer.
Again, this one just shooting along the ground. That's very well taken by Richardson on this occasion. So he is also blowing hot and cool.
But the umpire signals a wide.
One ball remaining in the 16th over. The Marco Scott is 1 for 17 in his fourth over. He's been economical. Ball very tight from the sudden end, building some pressure. Has led to reduction in the run rate of the Guyanese team, who at one point in time was scoring in excess of 7 runs over. That has now dropped just about 5.5. So after 16 overs, it's 88 for 4. 5 overs remain.
And I think the Jamaicans, they could have been in a better position had they taken those 2 catches and be a little more clean in the ground fielding. But they will be looking at a total at about 120, 116 around there to get, and it shouldn't be all that difficult. They have, for me, 5 more overs to go. Projected score could be 118 around there if they continue with this run rate. So 120, 118, 120 shouldn't be a bad total to get, but let's see how they do. And this one, a good one from Ramnaraj Singh again. Oh, just on middle stump, leaving the batsman. He came down the wrong line and he was stumped. Was he stumped? Yes, he did. He's making his way. A good delivery indeed. I thought Richardson didn't take it cleanly, but he took it and making his way back to the pavilion after a good delivery. So this youngster continues to bowl well.
Yeah, excellent bowling by Ramnaraj Singh there. Continues to do a job for his captain. This one spinning past the edge, and Richardson holding on cleanly this occasion, breaking the stumps as Emmanuel Lewis losing his footing in the crease there and just overbalancing, going out of the crease and leading to his demise. That's a big wicket here now, because he's the one that was rotating the striker a little more freely than Adrian Hetmeyer. He's 9 of 21. He's struggling a bit. Guyana 88 for 5, and they're in a spot of bother at this point in time.
Yes, they are in an area of great concern, and the new batsman is Dave Mohabir, and he has joined Adrian Hetmeyer, and you can see it again, a good delivery flighted there. Lewis came down the wrong line, and I was beating all ends up, and Richardson there sticked out the base and had Lewis stranded. So the left-handed Dave Mohabir, he will be the one who is facing up to Ramnaraj Singh, who is having a very, very good spell indeed. He has picked up 2 wickets here for 11 runs, and he's in his 4th over.
Yeah, and this poses a new challenge now for Ramnaraj Singh, bowling to the left-handed Dave Mohabir. This one, he just works it to the onside. He gets no run. The ball is spinning into Dave, who's on less of a threat for the left-handed batter. He, like his chances against the leg spinner, and he knocks it down into the gap, wide of mid-off. They get 1, they look for 2, and they're able to complete the 2nd run as the fielder holds it in and throws it into Richardson. Score moves on to 90. We're in the 17th over. It's 21 overs aside, so remaining just 4.3 overs remaining in this innings. Singh continuing this one, hit in the air again, similar area as the ball before. Fielder does good work. They get 1. It it's a bit of uncertainty. It goes into the fence, it's 4. So again, a bad piece of feeling that he unable to stop the boundary. It goes into the boundary, and that's 4 more. That's 4 off the bat of Dave Mohammed.
Yes, indeed, and Guyana has been given an additional 3 runs when it's just supposed to be a single. The Jamaicans continue to shoot themselves in the foot by not having clean ground feeling, and the catching is have left much to be desired indeed. But this man Ramnaraj Singh, he has been bowling with a great amount of control, and he has been able to beat the batsman. Good delivery again outside the off stump there. As Hetmeyer came forward there, he fished at it, didn't make contact. Richardson took it, and at the end of the over, end of the 17th over, Guyana, having been sent into bat, they are 94 for 5.
Yeah, it would have been a good opportunity for the left-hander to go up, to take a more aggressive route against the wrist spin of Ramnaraj Singh, in which he did. He was able to get 7 runs off the 3 deliveries that he faced. So Dave Maubert, he's now 7 of 4 deliveries, and it's a bowling change. It's going to be Perico Henry coming on from the southern end. Big, tall, fast bowler. He's bowled 3 overs. He bowled 3 overs early on in the day. Was able to get a wicket. So with 4 overs remaining, you'd expect him to finish from the southern end. But concerns to who will come from the northern end, possibly Adrian Silvera, the tall left-armer. This one, a bit of extra bounce going through to Richardson. Maubert unable to get bat on ball on that occasion.
One thing you can bet your life on this wicket has a lot of bounce and a good carry. Is it just for the bowlers to, as Perico Henry has shown us there, that one was hit a good amount of carry to wicketkeeper Richardson.
Does well on that occasion, onto the stumps, and Maubert just knocking it into the offside. They get 1, so handing over the strike now to Hetmeyer. He's 9 of 22. He's going a bit slow, so it's about time that he gets a move on. He's soaked up a number of dot deliveries.
Yes, Hetmeyer is not having the best of time in the middle. He's struggling a bit because he has faced 22 deliveries and just 9 runs to his credit. But let's see what he does here. Oh, short, and he just pulled it around. Mid-wicket comes around, picks up, and they complete 2 runs there. So, and they go through for an overthrow, which Richardson did well to really stop them from getting another overthrow.
Yeah, once again, untidy work by the Jamaicans in the outfield. That one placed in the gap in mid-wicket. They were able to complete 2 quite easily, but the overthrow allowing the 3rd run. So that's 3 more to the Guyanese, who would be pleased to get every run at this point in time, because they are setting a target and they want to set as many as possible to give them a chance to finish this tournament with a W.
96 for 5, and Perico Henry continues to hit this ball hard into the turf wicket, and he's getting the bounce, but his length on line isn't all that what he is desired.
It's in the air, out to mid-wicket. They complete 1. Such a risky opportunity for 2, but the throw isn't as great. It's on the bounce. Richardson gathers, and they complete 2. So 2 more to Dave Maubert. Since coming into the wicket, the Guyanese Maubert has made a good attempt at increasing the scoring rate. He's played a number of shots, and he's got the momentum back into the Guyanese innings.
Yes, he's 8 runs on the board, having faced 6 deliveries. So he's trying to really push this thing along. Down the leg side, indeed, Richardson went around. And let's see if he made the man on the fine leg boundary. He runs, he come across quickly and picks it up and sends it back to the keeper. And they just went for the leg by. So the score is 102 for 5. at the end of the 18th over.
Yeah, 3 overs remaining. It's 102. They'll probably be hoping that they can get at least another run of ball. So that's another 18 runs. They're hopeful to add on to this total. That should get them to about 120, which I believe is a pretty par score.
Yes, it will just be a good fight in total. A total that where it will require the fielding team to really perform well in all 3 departments, in the bowling and in the fielding department also. But they also have to play good all cricket. It will be a good competitive total, a fighting total, if they can get to 118, 120. Right now the score is 103.
Yeah, Ramnari Singh being the bowler to be granted the 5th over. So he's done well. He's been rewarded by his captain, given the only bowler to bowl 5 overs here today.
Yes, and he has picked up 2 wickets for 19 so far. Has bowled well for leg spinner.
Yeah,
under these conditions, has done well.
That's a lovely shot there by Hitmaya, showing his innovation, reverse sweeping. It goes through backward point. They get 2 more. So it's good batting by Adrian Hitmaya.
Yes, coming down to the end of coming on to the close of this innings, he's showing his versatility, where he can reverse sweep and he can play a normal shot. And that was a lovely reverse sweep that brought him 2 runs.
Using his feet on this occasion, but straight back to the bowler, who knocks it to the man at cover, and that's no run. So Ramnari Singh will be hopeful that he can complete this spell well. If he's unable to get a wicket, at least bowl some dot balls, which will be priceless at this time. This one just going through to the keeper, no run. So 2 balls remain in his spell. 2 balls remain in the 19th over. It's 105 for 5. Ramnari Singh 2 for 21. Can he get another wicket? Can he end with 3? This one is in the air. It goes up beautifully played. That's excellent timing. Adrian Hitmaya, stand and deliver stuff there by the Guyanese. Over cover for 4.
Lovely shot indeed. The type of cricket shot which you will enjoy looking at over and over. This one from the leg spinner. It pitched up. He got his left foot right to the ball, and with the full swing of the bat, he went over extra cover, and it went into the ropes for 4. Lovely shot indeed. Good execution from the batter.
Yeah, this is just what the Guyanese want, and he's going again. This one is hit. It's going out to cover. It's beautifully taken, well judged by Littleton. It appears to be down on the sweeper boundary. He's taken an excellent catch. And that's the end of Adrian Hitmaya. Now looking to just turn it on for the Guyanese. He loses his wicket, and Ramnari Singh ends an excellent spell, 3 for 25 of his 5 overs.
A good spell indeed from the leg spinner. He came on at a time in which his captain wanted him to be tight and tidy, and he did exactly that, and he picked up 3 wickets for 25 runs. This is not bad returns at all indeed. As we see, Guyana 109 for 5. We are in the 19th over. So following this over, we are in the penultimate over, you can say, and making his way to the crease is Gibran Yaqub. Gibran Yaqub, number 54, is he? Gibran Yaqub. He will join Dave Mohammed, and the score is 109 for 5. We're in the penultimate over.
It's Littleton been entrusted to bowl the penultimate over, the 20th over of the innings. Brian Littleton, he's been very expensive today, none for 29 of his 3 overs.
Kind of a bit of a strange move there. I would have, if I was the mark was Scott, if he had enough overs, I would have bring on the slower bowlers. The Marcus Scott was doing a pretty hard job. Did he complete his 4 overs, or did he? Yes, well he did. That's why he was forced to bring in Ryan Littleton into the attack. But he has been very expensive indeed. And this is one that was right up there. The batsman went for a big heave, and you could see Richardson, the keeper. I mean, he's trying to protect his safety first.
So a good start to the over here by Littleton, getting a couple of deliveries in. And that's another excellent delivery by Ryan Littleton. Angling it across the left-handed Dave Mohabir. He's trying to get as much runs as possible for his Guyanese team. It's 11 of 12. Littleton, this one is pulled in the air down to long on. They get one, and they're going to settle for one. So a much better over here by Ryan Littleton. Just conceding 2 runs, a wide and that one off the bat. There's 3 balls remaining, 3 legal deliveries remaining in this over. It's 111 for 6, 9 deliveries remaining in the innings. Gibran Yaqub will be taking strike for the first time today. A deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweep on the offside along with the third man. This one, he's just knocking it back to the bowler. He's unable to get off strike. So very, very well bowled here by Ryan Littleton. He's doing a job for his captain despite being expensive early on today. He's now bowling an excellent 20th over with 2 balls remain. Can he just finish it off? Of course, Yaqub will be looking to play the big shots. This one is going past the outside edge, well taken by Richardson behind the stumps. So 1 ball remaining in the 20th over. Ryan Littleton has bowled a very excellent and an excellent economical over here. As we welcome back Mr. Astelren.
Well, at least I'm surprised that Littleton, but he came back after some rough overs before, and he bowled and this one has been a very good over indeed, where he kept it tight, he kept it right up there, and kept the batsman quiet. Excellent over indeed from Ryan Littleton. He has been the one. He has bowled 4 overs and he has conceded 31 runs. But this one has been a very good over indeed from him. And you can see his teammates are quite pleased that he was able to bowl that over with such tidiness. It's 111 for 6, and we are in the final over. Yes. The final 6 deliveries of this innings.
Yeah, the final over of the innings for Guyana, it will be Dave Mohammed taking strike. He's 12 of 13. He's being the aggressor, and it will be Adrian Silvera bowling the last over. The left arm seamer seems as if he's coming round the wicket. So he's decided to come over the wicket now, which I think is a much better angle. It's a third man and a sweep on the offside, a fine leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long off that's going back to the boundary. Morbear on strike. It will be Adrian Silvera steaming in from the northern end. Passes umpire Sandy, and it's worked into the onside. It's in a gap, so it can be. They're going to run for. Get as much as they can. They get 1, they get 2. They're looking for the third, and they're going to get it quite comfortably actually. So it's excellent batting. 3 runs to Dave Morbear. He's done a fantastic job since coming into the crease. He's moved on to 15 of 14 deliveries.
Yes, he has kept the tempo going. He has kept the scoreboard ticking over, and he has kept the Guyanese in the game because they need to get up to about 180, 120 around there, or even more than that. And he has kept them closer to the target, which I think the skipper would have had in mind. And according to our scores, if they continue, they can finish on 190, 120 around there.
And this one peeling off the outside edge. They get 1, so that gets Yaqub off strike and off the mark as well, and bringing back the dangerous Mohabir. He's the man that the Guyanese would want on strike at this point in time. Maximize the number of deliveries that he can face. He's been the one that was able to find the boundary. Can he find the boundary again?
Well, let's see this one that Adrian Silvera will serve up to him, and he is on the attacking mode. Down the leg side, the umpire calls it wide very early indeed. A quick one. It went through the Richardson, and it's a wide. So it's one more added to the total, and he has a reboot.
He's got 2 men on the onside boundary. It's a deep backward square and a fine leg, so there's no fielder out in mid wicket or long on. So Marlborough will be looking to target that area. But it's a good change up, a short delivery going past the edge and through to wicketkeeper Richardson. A valuable dot delivery.
Yes, indeed, and I think the Jamaicans will welcome this dot ball here because Dave Mohamed, he is on the attack. He has an attacking mode written all over his bat, and having a dot ball, the Jamaicans will be very, very pleased indeed. Silvera himself, I think he's bowling faster than I've seen him throw this innings.
A short one. Just worked into the onside down to the man at the backward square. They get 1 and will settle for 1. So that now brings Yakub back on strike. Just 2 balls remain. It's 116, 117 now. With 2 balls remaining in this Guyanese innings.
And let's see if they can finish off. They'll welcome at least 2 boundaries, or at least they'll welcome whatever runs that come their way.
Massive swing there by Yakub, and he doesn't make contact. It goes through to the wicket keeper, and it's a dot delivery. So
yes, that one keep quite low indeed. He was playing for it, coming up, and it was a low delivery, one that went along the ground. Richardson had some problems taking it, but it's a dot ball, a welcome dot ball indeed. The final delivery of this innings here.
excellent Yorker length delivery by Silvera to close off the innings. They scamper through for 1, and that will close off the Guyanese innings. Jamaica having won the toss, sending in Guyana to bat first. They finish on 118 for 6. It's been a good innings by Dave Morber, finishing 16 of 16, and that again a main contributor to the Guyanese was Shamar Apple.
Yes, I think the Guyanese, they may be looking, but they must have been maybe 4 or 5 runs short of the target in which they have in mind. But 117 is not a bad total if you play tight cricket, if you play sensible cricket, then you can defend this total. It will be quite an intriguing battle indeed to see how the Jamaicans go about getting this target, and we will be very much more concerned and looking with keen eyes to see how the Guyanese defend this total. So, what do you think?
Yeah, excellent. It's going to be an exciting run chase later on. Shamar Apple scoring 31 of 30. The standout bowler for Jamaica was Ramnaraj Singh, taking 3, the wrist spinner. So 3 for 25, Ramnaraj Singh off his 5 overs. He was the only bowler for the Guyanese team, Jamaican team, that was able to bowl 5 overs. It's a reminder, it's a 21 over affair. So Jamaica will be coming in to chase down 119 for victory. I'll still run some thoughts from you, and then we'll go on a short break.
Well, as you can see, we're just after 4 o'clock in the evening time, and the sun is still with us. The outfield seem to be improving a little. The wicket seem to be improving a little, having had all that bounce in it. But we wait and we see how the run chase will unfold for the Jamaicans, because they got a target. They know exactly what they're going to do, how they're going to go about it. It's only up to them now to how they go about getting this target, getting this total, and leaving these shores with a victory. Because as you will remember, this is the final round of this competition. Tonight is a function night, and they will want to leave on a high. So until the start of the Guyana's chase, we take a break, and when we come back, we will continue with the action down here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Welcome back to at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, and the stage is set for an intriguing finish here in this under-17 regional competition between Guyana and Jamaica right here. The sun is out and we have the wicket has been drying out lovely. The outfield has dried out a little, and we had the first innings by the Guyanese. They made 119, but after the calculation from the Duckwood-Lewis system, it has been given to us that the Jamaicans will require 121 for victory. How do you make of this encounter, Visham?
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting run chase. It's very important. You know, the Jamaican batting lineup is very top heavy. They're very much reliant on the captain, Tyson Gordon Jr., along with Dan Zahaya Jr. and DeMarco Scott and Odean Binns. They're the key men for the Jamaicans, so they would be hopeful that those four can get these runs, or the majority of them. So it's going to be an exciting run chase in store for us here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. It will be Parmeshwar Ram taking up the attack from the southern end, bowling to Dan Zahaya Jr.
Outside the off-time first delivery there, and Dan Zahaya had nothing to do with it. He allowed it to go through. He just allowed it to go through to the wicketkeeper Apple, and no run added to the opening over. This is the first delivery in this this run chase by the Jamaicans, and they'll be looking to have a good start by these two opening batsmen, because as Vishram just pointed out to you, they'll be looking to at least 3 to 4 batsmen to really carry the brunt of this attack if they have to get over the line.
Yeah, agreed. You know, it's very important that these two give them a solid foundation, so the likes of DeMarco Scott and Odean Binns could come and just do the finishing touches or run, you know, get the remaining runs. But it's very important that they get a platform to start with. Parmeshwar Ram, the wicket isn't the easiest wicket to bat on. There's a variable bounce. It's a very thick, lush outfield. It's still a bit damp, so the ball will not run away to the fence as easily as it normally does here at the Cricket Centre. So it's going to be a difficult run chase, you know, but nonetheless it's going to, you know, it is possible, as long as the Jamaicans, this one is a bit wide and it's played into the cover area. They look for one, but they are unable to go through. So a good start by the Guyanese in the field. One thing that they can look to improve on, as opposed to the Jamaicans, would be the outfielding, as well as the number of extras the Jamaicans conceded was way too many.
Yes, they needed to restrict the Jamaicans to as much dot balls as possible, and they need to be clean in their out cricket, in their fielding department, and well, the bowling department has to be right up there if they are to deny to come on top in this run chase.
And that's one, a swing and a miss by Zahaya Jr. This one well outside off someone. He's going over. It attempted to, he didn't keep his shape there, and the bat swinging through the line, it went over, probably targeting long on. But mid-on is in the circle. Probably should have, if he kept his shape and look over cover, might have made would have probably made contact. That one just swinging mightily.
Yes, and the dancer Hyatt Jr., who is facing, and his partner, they'll be looking to get as much runs as possible from these opening 5 overs, which will give them a really good chance. But a good delivery from Ram, just outside the off stump, you can say, allowing the batsman to shoulder arms, not requiring to play any big drives or go after it, and it went through to the wicketkeeper. A good start by the Guyanese. Their opening fast bowler, he's still searching for a Lincoln line, but that one was a good one. She showed some fire too, showed some pace in it too, and this will be a good encounter. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's a good battle in store for us here with Ram to Dan Zahaya Jr. This one into the pads, and it's worked nicely into the onside. It's going to go close to the boundary. It actually goes into the boundary. So good shot there by Zahaya Jr. to get off the mark, working it off the legs, and it goes into the boundary. That's 4 to him, and the Jamaicans are off the mark.
That one was ill-directed onto his pads. He came across and worked it around, and it went past the man down at the deep fine leg fence. It went over the ropes, and for 4 runs, I think Ram will be will be kicking himself, or will not be too pleased with that, having bowled 5 good deliveries, you can say. And that one, he strayed down on the pads of the Jamaican dancer Hyatt, and he made full use of it. So the score is now 4 without loss in the opening over.
Yeah, I agree with you. You'd be disappointed with the finish of that over. He bowled an excellent over up until that final delivery, string in line, and costing his team 4 runs. So unable to complete that over was Parmeshwaram. So now it's going to be a bowling change. It's going to be number 92 from the northern end, and that's Emmanuel Lewis. He'll be taking up that attack from the northern end.
Yes, Emmanuel Lewis. Let's see what he has to offer, because he's coming over the wicket. Is he right-handed? Yes. Let's see. He has. Yes, he's coming over the wicket. Emmanuel Lewis. Bowling to Gordon Jr. and he just took this one off his pads straight to mid-on, and they go through for a quick single.
That's good batting there by Tyson Gordon Jr., getting off the mark immediately. Just knocking it into the onside and getting the single. So the 2 men outside in the first power play. Just a reminder, the first power play is just 4 overs, as we do have a reduced number a game, 21 overs aside. So the first power play, 4 overs, and the 2 men outside is a third man and a deep backward square. He's getting an inside edge into this one. It goes out to man backward in front of square. Get 1.
And just to remind you that the Jamaica's winning target will be 121, and they have their eyes on that target. They'll be working towards that target, because that is what they would like to leave these shores with a victory.
They haven't been able to muster a victory yet, so definitely will want to finish in a winning way.
This one from Lewis, a bit coming up to Gordon, to Tyson Gordon Jr., and he just got on his toes and tucked it around, but without beating the man at short mid wicket, and there's no run. He'll be hoping to make use of this over.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Full and going downtown. And an excellent shot, getting a maximum 6 runs to Tyson Gordon Jr. What a shot.
Lovely shot indeed. It was right there for the taking. It was right up there in the slot where within his gauge, he put the left foot forward and he went through with it. A big shot indeed, and he got a maximum from it. I think Emmanuel Lewis will not like it too much, so too will be his captain. But they'll be hoping that Jamaica will be hoping that they can get much more of this, while the Guyanese will be hoping that Lewis can come back strongly indeed.
Yeah, very good positive intent there by Tyson Gordon Jr. That one pitched up and it was in the zone where he was able to maximize it. This one is wide. He cuts it through backward point. He gets 1. They complete 2. So good start here now for the Jamaicans. They push on the score to 12. And we're still in the second over. So Tyson Gordon Jr. leading from the front.
Good shot indeed, a good square cut indeed that went past the third man. Had this ground been in good shape, bone hard, it would have run away to the fence. But as we have had overnight rain, and we had some rains this morning, the ground is a bit sluggish, so he just managed to get 2 from it.
And this one, now string into the onside. They scramble. It's a chance for a run out here. They get 1. It's a dive, and he's been given out by umpire Vicky Daniel at square leg. A diving attempt to get into his crease, but he's adjudged to be short of his ground, and from the replay it does appear that he was short indeed.
Indeed, and umpire Vicky Daniel didn't hesitate at all as the keeper collected and took up the bails. Her hand was in the air. So Jamaica, they lost. Let's see it again. Yes, indeed, he was short on his ground, though he made a gallant attempt to really make up, to get that bat in, but the bat was a bit short, was about a couple of inches short, and the keeper took up the bails. So making his way back, So Jamaica have lost their first wicket. The score on 14-1 in the second over.
Yeah, it was a risky second run being taken there by Tyson Gordon Jr. and losing his wicket. The ball was in the hands of the fielder and taking on the arm, but to no avail. Wicketkeeper Shamapal completing the job. So the end of Tyson Gordon Jr. for 9, for actually 10, and the fall of the first wicket. Jamaica 15-1 after 2 overs.
A sad blow there for Jamaica because Tyson Gordon seemed to be really the one in which they will be looking for. They'll be looking to really, if they have to get over the line, to really counter-attack this bowling. And sometimes the batsmen are not totally aware of what is happening, because seeing that you are one of the top batsmen who will be dependent upon, you don't take on a fieldsman with the ball in his hands already. I mean, that is committing suicide, and that could be a suicidal run indeed. But Ram is the one to continue outside the off-stump.
New batter taking the crease is Odin Binns. He'll be at the non-striker's end. A lot will lie on his shoulders. Young man, promising batter coming out of Jamaica.
Jamaica always seem to produce some top class players. When you look at those that came before these youngsters, some good youngsters, good Jamaican players, good batsmen. They seem to always produce some good batsmen. But as we are seeing nowadays in the Caribbean, batsmanship has fallen around the Caribbean, not just in Jamaica, but in Guyana, Barbados, Jamaica, and even the Windwards and Leewards. You need to unearth. And these are the youngsters who we will be looking towards to come through the ranks to replace those who are presently there. And we're hoping that they will get it right.
Yeah, just earlier today we were talking about the likes of Marlon Samuels, how good he was. Such a March winner in this T20 format, would have done the job for us in 2 finals, back-to-back finals.
Yes, and I mean, just to talk about that, this one was right up there, Ram, right up there. And so was Dancer Hyatt Jr. He played a lovely shot. It came up the edge and his 4 runs.
Yeah, slashing it, given width and slashing outside of something, peels off the edge, it goes down to third man. The man coming across, getting to it, but unable to haul it in, and it crosses over the boundary. He'll be disappointed. It's 4 more to Jamaica, and we've been seeing a number of misfields throughout the course of this match.
Oh yes, and we mentioned that the Guyanese need to be tight in their ground field, and they need to be tight in the catching if they are to deny, if they are to come away victory. But they have faltered on this occasion. Let's hope that they can pull themselves up. Another drive there indeed. This one is a similar drive, similar fieldsman, but the result is not the same. They happen to get 2. They went through the 2 runs there, and the man Dancer Hyatt is a man who is playing these shots. He seemed to be a good driver of the ball, and then it's up there. He is going to go for it.
Gibran Yaqub, the man at deep third, he's now pulled a bit squarer, trying to prevent the batters from taking 2 on that occasion, was unable to do so. So Dancer Hyatt, 9 of 10. Jamaica starting pretty well in this power play. They're scoring the healthy run rate, but they've lost the wicket of Tyson Gordon Jr. run out. A reminder, they're chasing 121 for victory. Parmeshwar Ram in his second over. 1 bowler is allowed to bowl a maximum of 5. 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 4. That will accumulate to 21 overs, unless if we do see a 6th and 7th option by the Guyanese. It's a packed offside field, just 3 on the on side, a deep backward square, mid wicket and a mid on. Parmeshwar Ram from the sudden end, string in line down to fine leg. It's worked quite nicely. He's going to go close to the boundary, but the man from deep backward square goes around, and they've done well to get another 2 more to the total. Good running by Dancer Hyatt Jr. and Odin Binns.
Excellent run indeed, and a good shot there by Dancer Hyatt Jr. on his pass. He tucked it around and picked up 2 runs. But I must say, I like the approach by the fast bowler Parmeshwara Ram. He has a nice approach to the wicket, with a little more control and a little more speed. He can be a very good medium fast bowler, because he has the control. He can move. He has some sideway movements. So he's just a little more, as he progresses in age, he will become better and better. A good cricketer from what I'm seeing here today. A good medium fast bowler, and he can develop into a fast medium, or he can take it up a gear or 2 to become a genuine fast bowler. But we see taking up the attack now is Lewis is coming in. This one is outside the off stump, and Bims made allow it to go.
Seems a bit disappointed that the wide wasn't signaled, but seems it was just within that guideline, that blue guideline. Emmanuel Lewis from the northern end, 92 on his back. He'll be bowling to Odin Binns, one of the gun batters for Jamaica. Did have a minor injury in the previous game, his knee. And this one he's charging the bowler, he's getting an outside edge. It's going to go very close to the boundary. It is a damp outfield, it stops. And they get 2 more. So Odin Binns off the mark. You can see that little limp already. Does have a strapped up left knee. So using his feet, trying to charge the bowler there and getting the outside edge over the man at third man. He's off the mark. Jamaica 25 for 1. They require another 96 runs for victory.
That one was outside the off stump there, and Bims just came forward and steered it straight to the field with an extra cover, and there's no run. That one was a bit wide offside. Had he didn't make contact, he would have been looking towards the umpire for if he would have called a wide. It was just down the leg side, and the umpire called this one a wide there as Sharma Apple came across and made the stop. So after putting one a bit wide outside the off stump, he put this one wide on the leg side.
Yeah, Emmanuel Lewis overcompensating on that occasion, trying to bring it in closer to the batter and string in line, and going down the leg side. It's a wide. And he's struggling a bit now as Emmanuel Lewis. So
and I think what is happening there is that the first delivery he bowled to Dancer Hyatt. Hyatt came. He went after him. He came down the wicket up to him, and maybe that played on his mind. So he started to put it a bit wide on both sides, trying to hide the delivery, and that is where he compensated for length instead of being just keeping it tight.
Good running between the 2 batters, played into the offside, and they scramble across for a single. So that will push on the score to 26. We're in the 4th over. Just waiting for the scorecard to update, but it's 26 for 1.
Yes, and Bims is the one who is no, Dancer Hyatt is the one who will be facing. Dancer is the man who is facing Uncle Lewis. And this one hit the outside edge. A good delivery, but Hyatt came forward. It hit the outside edge, and it went all the way down to the boundary for 4. So it was a good delivery.
Yeah, excellent delivery by Emmanuel Lewis, but it took the outside edge. A bit of luck favouring the Brave there, and going down to third man. Despite a slow outfielder, this one still found enough speed and going into the boundary, enough momentum on that ball, and goes into the boundary for 4. That's 4 more to Jamaica, and they'll be pleased about that, as their tally now pushes on to 30 for 1, and we're in just about 3.45 overs completed.
Yes, this one went. That one from Dancer Hyatt, as he came forward, it went down to to short third man, but the third man was a bit, it was not fine as he supposed to be. He was a bit square, and that went to his left and went all the way down to the boundary for 4. This one from Lewis, Hyatt went after him. He didn't make contact. He went through to the keeper. At the end of the over, at the end of the 4th over, the score is
30.
30 for 1. So at the end of the 4th over, 30 for 1. So they are right up there. The current strike rate is 7.26. They 98 more runs from 104 deliveries.
Parmeshwaram will continue from the sun then.
So despite losing a wicket, Jamaica is right up there with their scoring rate. They're above the 5.5 that is needed. The 6 that is needed they're right up there. So their current run rate is 7.25. So if they continue along these lines, they should be there. But the Guyanese will have other ideas. 98 needed from 107 deliveries. Good equation.
Wooden Bins will be facing up Parmeshwaram for the first time today.
Yes. I like what I see of Parmeshwaram. Outside the off stump. I think he needs to get closer to that off stump. Make the batsman play at every delivery. The top fast bowlers in the region will tell you that you need as a fast bowler. Don't waste it. Have the batsman play at every delivery, because anytime you're outside the off stump, then you're giving them time to breathe, time to relax on you. And bowlers don't like that. They want to come at you all the time. Pressure sometimes brings about the required result. Outside the off stump again, this one was a little closer, but Bims didn't. He had nothing to do with it, and it went through to the keeper.
Just shouldering arms, says Wooden Bins, allowing himself a little time. It's good enough to make up for it later on. So just making sure that he gives himself an opportunity to get in and get the scoring rate up. Not much pressure at the moment. They're scoring in excess of 7 runs and over.
Yes, they're right up there with their scoring rate, so no big alarm at this time.
Oh, maximum. That's a glorious shot. Wooden Bins standing tall, charging Parmeshwaram and going over extra cover. What a shot by Wooden Bins.
Lovely shot indeed. He made one step down the track and he cleared it. Went over extra cover with a big hit. And what a shot indeed. And you can see him rehearsing, telling Danza Hyatt Jr., well, I wanted to go a little square, but this one went straight over. But it brought about the required result. And the score is racing on now. Jamaica is sitting pretty good. The score rate is up, and the scoreboard is ticking over. So they will be looking, they are feeling much more comfortable now.
36 for 1. We're in the 5th over actually, still waiting for the scorecard to be updated. So just a reminder, it's 36 for 1. We're in about 4.3 overs bowled. And it's going to be Wooden Bins taking strike again, putting Parmeshwaram under pressure there with that shot. This one is just allowing it. He's allowing that one to go through to the wicketkeeper, Shamar Apple. So Bins high on confidence. He's come off a couple 40s in the last couple of innings, so he's been batting well. Just hasn't been able to carry it through to a match-winning performance. He'll be hopeful that he can do so today.
Oh yes, indeed, and exactly sensible batting indeed. Having deposited the previous delivery for 6, he allowed this one to go through to the keeper. He's not going to be rushing it, and as you said before, he had some good scores before, but he needs to follow through and carry on and take his team across the finish line.
Yeah, lovely batting again, just stroking it into the offset, into the gap, and rotating strike. Hands it over now to Danza Hyatt, who's looking good as well.
Yes, Danza Hyatt. I mean, he's the son of the Danza Hyatt that we all know, that we came up looking at for Jamaica, Danza Hyatt Senior, and he has fallen into the same mold as his father. He's a good player. He seemed to be really, really well organized, Danza Hyatt Junior, and we can see why he is well organized. It's just that he needs now to have the runs on the board to show the type of quality of which he's made of. Good delivery, and well played indeed. Ram was right up there, and Hyatt showed a full defensive bat there, and there's no run. The end of the over.
And so after 5 overs, it's 37 for 1. Still getting some technical difficulties with the scorecard. We apologize for that delay, but it's 37 for 1 after 5 overs.
Yes, and Jamaica, they are chasing down 121 for victory, according to the Duckworth-Lewis system. Guyana they were restricted to 119. And the victory total for Jamaica is 121. We have completed 5 overs so far and 37 runs on the board. The Guyanese have been able to pick up 1 wicket so far. So it is still an open game, but I think the Jamaicans are slightly ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because of the healthy start, the healthy strike rate they're going with, does put them slightly ahead. But Guyana know that if they can just peg back, take 1 or 2 wickets in the middle here now, and they can't restrict the Jamaicans, who are heavily dependent on these two, along with the Marcus Scott to follow. So it's important that Guyanese continue to believe that just 1 wicket can turn this game around for them.
Yes, because the Jamaicans, they won't be crying over spilt milk. But the wicket for Tyson Gordon Jr. was a wicket they can ill afford to have lost via the run-out route, and that was an uncalled for run that he attempted. But that's spilt milk, and that's under the bridge. And they need to, they'll be putting that behind them as they continue this run chase.
It's a new bowler taking the attack. It's going to be the wrist spin of Fiaz Baksh.
Fiaz Baksh, yeah.
You would have seen Ramnari Singh being very successful in his stint earlier today, 3 for 25 from the northern hand. He'll be hoping to replicate a performance like that.
Yes, and I think that must have been one of the decisions that the Guyanese captain had in his mind when he saw the performance, he saw the performance of the Jamaican leg spinner.
Oh, that's another glorious shot. Odin Binns, what a shot. He's using his feet, and we've seen that a number of times in past innings. Today again, he's using his feet against the leg spin of Fiaz Bash, getting to the pitch and going over the top, over long off for another glorious 6. Odin Binns batting well here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver.
There's no better sight than to see a batsman come down the wicket using his feet against a spin bowler and getting maximum use of every shot that he has created. He has done again. He has gone after Fiaz Bash again, but this one was just a single. The ball went past the keeper. They looked to get an overthrow, but it has been denied. But there's no better sight indeed to see a batsman, a young batsman, or any batsman come down the wicket, use his feet, and come after the spinners. I think Fiaz Bash will be thinking that once he's bowling to these batsmen who are using their feet, then he has to think, he has to know, he has to vary his length, he has to pull it or push it back.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be disappointed. It will create opportunities for him. This was worked in the leg side to get 1. Yeah, it will create opportunities because, the ball is turning on the surface. There is variable bounce. But again, Odin been just too good on that occasion, getting to the pitch. And you're so right in saying that it's such a beautiful sight to see batters in the Caribbean using their feet. Odin Bin is one of the few young men who's been using his feet against the spin. And this one is just using the depth depth of the crease and going back onto his back foot, working into the offside. No run there, but again, he's confident. 47 for 1 after 6 overs. He's scoring just under 8 runs and over. It's been a fantastic start here by Jamaica, chasing 121 for victory.
And I think, just to add to that, I think Fiat Batch has to be very patient indeed. He has to be patient, and he has to continue doing what he does, and just be patient, because there will be times when he might be over pitch or two and he'll be roughly treated. But patience is the name of the game. The captain will have to hold on to him and stay with him, because he can be a match winner if he pitches it right and he gets rid of any one of these 2 batsmen.
Odin Binns batting well. He's 17 of 14. Danza Hyatt 18 of 17. Jamaica did require for the 74 runs in 15 overs, just under 5 runs and over required. It's going to be a bowling change from the sudden end. It's going to be Romario Ramdial. He's the captain of the Guyanese team, Romario Ramdial.
Yes, and he will be hoping that he can make a difference, because these 2 batsmen, they seem to be set, and they are going after anything that is loose. There seem to be 2 batsmen that is quite well organized. Danza Hyatt, Junior, he's well organized, and Oyin Bim, he seemed to be well organized also.
Danza Hyatt facing up, and it's off spin into the right-handed Hyatt. He goes over the top. It bounces short of the man at sweeper, and just able to cross over for 1. These 2 men will be confident facing the off spin of Ramdial. Ball in theory will be turning in to the right-handed batter. There's 2 men on the boundary on the leg side. It's a deep in wicket and a long on. Also a long off and sweep on the offside. Will Odin Binns attempt to take on Romario Ramdial? Yeah, he does. He uses his feet. He finds a gap. Goes wide of long off. They get 1. They're looking for 2, but ball is in the grasp of the man on long off, so they settle for 1. So it's good work by Odin Binns again, using his feet, getting to the pitch, playing it along the ground.
That's what I like about him. I mean, once he can get to the ball and play it all along the ground. Don't go aerial as yet, because there's lots of more runs to be scored, and his team will be dependent upon him. He's one of the bright spots that they will be dependent upon. So he will have to discard going aerial for the time being and hit the ball along the ground, pick up the 2s and the singles.
This one, Danza Hyatt, just full onto the pads, and he's working it on. He picks out a man at mid-wicket. He'll be disappointed we get there. Wide open gaps either side, would have been able to get a single, but picking out a man there. This one was better, just allowing it to come on, playing it a bit late and finding the gap, getting the single. Much better batsmanship there by Danza Hyatt.
Yes, this one was just on the pass, and instead of pushing forward, he just turned the wrist on it, and they pick up a comfortable single indeed. The Guyanese skipper Romario Ramdial, he doesn't seem to be spinning it too much, but he's just neat and up there and tight. But I think he will need someone who can prize out a wicket for him, get a wicket or 2 for him. He needs somebody. He needs a bowler that will attack the batsmen. He's just there keeping them quiet, keeping things going, and hoping that they make a mistake. In this situation, he will need to at least force the batsmen into errors.
So Jamaica scoring at a healthy run rate. They're 52 for 1. They're scoring just about 7.5 runs and over.
And remember, they are going at 121 for victory. So they're right up there in the scoring rate, and they're looking pretty good at this time. But this is the game of cricket. It can turn with 2 or 3 deliveries.
Yeah, glorious uncertainties. Gentleman's game. Fiaz Bach continuing. This is hit in the air, and that's a very careless shot there by Danza Hyatt Jr. He'll be super disappointed, picking out a man at backward point and losing his wicket.
That's a practice day shot indeed. He just lay back, and that's a soft dismissal. I don't think you can ever want to see an easier dismissal like that. It was short outside the off turn. He backed away. He picked out the man and put it straight into his hands like if it's a regular practice session. And this is what I think Jamaica will feel this one, because he seemed to be well organized, and going well. And there was no terror in that delivery. There was no terror in anything. He deliberately out himself, you could say. He played a bad shot. He picked out the man and put it down his throat.
Yeah, very, very soft this Mr. Danza Hyatt Jr. We extremely disappointed as he trudges off. New batter now will be DeMarco Scott, so a lot will lie if Jamaica to get to 121 for victory on this partnership between DeMarco Scott and Odin Binns.
Oh yes, indeed, the skipper DeMarco Scott, he can't stick around, because I've seen him in the game against the Windward Islands at the Oval, where he sucked around with Ryan Littleton, and they put together a 50 plus partnership. So he can stay in the middle. Once he can stay and steady the ship and steer and keep his teammate thinking about victory, then Jamaica will be in better stead.
So Fiaz Bash continuing. It's DeMarco Scott working into the onside. He gets off the mark immediately. But exactly what you were speaking about earlier, Astel. Wrist spinners, yes, they can be expensive, but they are also match winners. They can create opportunities for you.
Yes, and that one, I mean, Fiaz backed. That one wasn't a big spinner, but just the idea of it coming into Danza Hyatt, he backed away and picked up the man with such comfort.
Continuing his Fiaz Batch, the Odin Binns. Would he continue with his positive approach, having now lost a wicket? His partner Danza Hyatt Jr. back in the hut. So DeMarco Scott now on strike. Well, DeMarco Scott there with him, but Odin Binns still on strike, facing up Fiaz Bash. This one given a bit of air, nicely using his feet, but he's finding gap quite elegantly, standing tall, playing that one into the gap, out to extra cover, and he gets two. So lovely batting by Odin Binns here.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see his class. You can see he's a class player. He's one that will, if he continues along this line, you can see him graduating on to the other level and moving on to the other levels. But we also have to say how this wicket will give Fiaz Bash a lot of confidence indeed. And we see a lot of appeal for caught behind, but the umpire is unmoved from this one.
Yeah, very optimistic appeal there. This one, you know, the Guyanese know how big a wicket it is for them to get the like of Odin Binns, but this one just going above the edge of the bat and just, you know, more optimism than anything else. It's a wide delivery down the leg side here, this one, and they are able to get an additional run to the wide, so that's two more to the total. So Fiaz would be disappointed with that. Just conceding 3 runs in the over and now conceding 2 more. So just a letting off the pressure there that he was building. Guyana knows that they need to build some pressure. They have to build some dot balls because they just need to score 5 runs and over to be victorious, the Jamaicans. So worked into the offside, straight out to the sweeper. The crossover for 1. So that closes off the 8 over, 58 for 2. They continue to score at a very healthy run rate in excess of 7 runs and over.
Yes, indeed, and Fiaz Bash just completed that over there. He picked up the wicket of Danza Hyatt Jr. That will give his confidence a world of good. And then, well, you have the Odin Binns and his skipper in the middle. They'll be looking to consolidate, to steady the ship and to get Jamaica back on course. So keep them on course actually, but they are moving along at a very good clip. But they need to stay steady, and they need to keep the ship pointed in the right direction. And no other 2 persons who can do that better than DeMarco Scott and Odin Binns.
So Romario Ramdiol, the captain of the Guyanese team, to continue. A score update from Gilbert Park, Trinidad and Tobago. Under 17s batting first made 194. Barbados under 17s are 143 for 7. So a very exciting game in Gilbert Park.
But here at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver, well, Jamaica chasing 121 for victory. They are 58 for 2. And the Guyanese skipper, Romario Ramtahal, he's bowling at this time.
Trinidad and Tobago require another 52 runs. Barbados require another 52 runs in 7 overs, but they just have 3 wickets remaining. So it's going to be there's a bit of excitement at Gilbert Park. Also here in the National Cricket Centre, Romario Ramdale just going past the edge. And that one is just one more to the total of the bat of DeMarco Scott. 59 for 2. We're in the 9th over. Odin Binns now taking strike.
And well, the shadows beginning to lengthen here at Balmain-Coover. The sun is out, but the shadows is a bit longer and longer. It means that we are coming down. We are just on to 5 o'clock now. It's now 5 p.m. in the afternoon, in the evening now.
Once again, he's using his feet and he's going over long off. And another maximum of the bat of Odin Binns. He's showing his class here this afternoon in the bright sunshine in Balmain-Coover.
Good shot indeed. He came down the wicket and he lofted this one over long on.
That's the 3rd maximum for the man, Odin Binns. He's batting really well and he's on the charge. He's batting at 28 runs of 21 deliveries at a strike rate of 133. Can he take the Jamaicans home? Can he accomplish the first victory for them in this tournament?
A good comeback ball there from Ramtahal. That one was having conceded a maximum. He came back and he had the batsman just keeping quiet there. Bims just came back and pushes it gently and quietly without a run. The end of the over. The score was 65 for 2, and we are at the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, and this partnership is critical to the hopes of Jamaica completing a victory in this CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Championship. The 2-day format was won by the Bajans, and now we have a very competitive 50 over competition with an exciting game going on in Gilbert Park, where it's up for grabs right now, the title between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, and now we have the Guyanese coming up against the Jamaicans here in Cricket Centre. Jamaica desperate for a victory. DeMarco Scott just facing 2 dot deliveries of Fiaz Bash. Confident young man is DeMarco Scott. Believes in his skills. He'll be hopeful that he can play a big innings here for the Jamaicans. This one he's stroking it into the offside. It ricochets off the man on cover, but they're able to go through for 1, which is on the score to 66.
A good stop indeed. Had that gone past him, there would have been a long chase, and they could have picked up 2 more or 3 runs. But an excellent stop there for the man at extra cover.
Yes.
Odin Binns again using his feet and coming down the wicket, just stroking it down to long off for 1. So on the occasions that he doesn't get to the pitch of the delivery, he's confident enough to just find the gap down the ground and play it on the ground, ensuring that he's staying there for the Jamaicans and getting them closer to the total of 121 that's required for victory. It's a short ball and DeMarco Scott, oh my goodness, what have you done? He's picked out the bowler, short ball, and playing it straight back to the man. Fiaz Bash, who gleefully accepts the opportunity, and that's the fall of DeMarco Scott and the fall of the Jamaican 3rd wicket, 67 for 3 in 9.5.
And that's the type of error that you don't want to happen here. Fiaz did that one, being the arrest spinner. I believe that could have been the top spinner that DeMarco Scott misread. He was going to go over mid-wicket, but instead of going mid-wicket, the ball hit the bat and went straight back to the bowler, and the bowler gleefully accepted it. Fiaz Batch, he has picked up now 2 wickets, and he could be the man who have been turning things around for the Guyanese. We said so before, and it is happening. He picked up he got a soft wicket in Dancer Hyatt Jr., and this one wasn't a bad delivery, but I believe DeMarco Scott, he misread it. The top spinner, he was looking to go over the top, to go over mid wicket, but it went right back to the bowler who accepted it. And so Jamaica, they have lost their third wicket, and a big wicket indeed of their captain, the Marcus Scott.
So the new batter coming into the wicket is Savio Jones. Udin Bin's having a little discussion with him as he entered the arena.
So Jamaica has to get 54 from 67 deliveries. They're still in the hunt, but they have lost three big wickets indeed. And this can turn around. This can be a tight spot, a tight grind for them, having lost 3 big wickets.
Fiaz Bash continuing a dot ball to close off his third over, just like Ramnari Singh. He's bowling well. The wrist spinners have done a wonderful job here this afternoon.
Yeah, and he has been tight. He had been very tight, very economical. No one then once Binns decided to use his feet against him, he goes big. But this is expected once you're a good bat and you're up against a wrist spinner, then you got to take chances and you could come out on top. But sometimes the leg spinner can turn things around and be the man who will capture the wickets for you. So Fiaz back, he has been doing well. He has 2 for 16 of his 3 overs, and Guyana will be quite pleased with him.
That seems as if it's going to be a bowling change from the sudden end. Looks like Navindra Sankar. Navindra Sankar also bowls a bit of wrist spin. So Captain Ramdial deciding to turn to his wrist spinners here in hope of capturing more of the Jamaican wickets. It's important that they continue to pick wickets if they have any hopes of defending this 100 and Duckworth Lewis 120 that they have amassed. They scored 118. That was after DLS calculations pushed on to 120. So the Jamaica need 121 for victory. Binns taking short. That's a short ball and it's pulled straight down to long on. Just gets 1. So a bit too short there by Sankar.
That was a loosener from Sankar indeed. He just came on the first delivery. It was a loosener, and the batsman was quite sensible indeed not to go aerial, but to just hit it down for a single. Had he gone aerial, he could have put it right down the throat of the long on fieldsman here. But it's quite sensible batting indeed. But it was a loose delivery, quite short indeed. And sometimes these deliveries will bring about the downfall of some batsmen. But Sankar is the man who has been in charge of bowling at this time.
Yeah, this one played into the offside by Savio Jones. He gets off the mark. There is a slight wind blowing across your screens from right to left, so therefore that will aid his leg spinner. And again, if the batters are to play it into the onside, they will be going against the wind, so therefore there is some level of risk hitting the ball in the air on the onside. But this one flighted, given a lot of air, and just allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and these slight little difference in the atmosphere plays a big part sometimes in bowlers and batsmen when you can pick up how the wind is going, and this is such a good thing to be following, to really play with according to what is presented to you in the atmosphere.
Yeah, Navindra Sankar now bowling a full toss that's pulled down to long on. It appears to be a
free hit.
A free hit now. It was a no ball, signal no ball by umpire Vicky Daniel, and it's a free hit. So this one is a free hit. Savio Jones facing up. It's a free. Oh, and it just goes, the bounce just going under the bat and through to the wicket keeper Shamar Apple. So not able to get any run off that free hit. There's Savio Jones, 71 for 3. They require another 50 runs for victory. And this is a big appeal. Navindra Sankar has prized out the wicket of Savio Jones, caught behind by Shamar Apple. Short delivery, and Savio Jones trying to cut it through the gap in the offside, taking the outside edge into the hands of Shamar Apple, and the 4th wicket, the 4th Jamaican wicket.
Good delivery there from Navendra Sankar, that one was just there. It was there for the shot, but just that the bowler played. Oh, I see, sir. It was there for the taking, but he played. He didn't roll the wrist over that delivery, and it went to the keeper, who took it gleefully. A tremendous catch indeed. And this is the loss of Jamaica's 4th wicket, and they need 50 more runs with 61 deliveries. But they'll have to reconsider how they go about the rest of the innings.
Yeah, big deflection of the bat into the gloves of Shamar Apple. So Navendra Sankar, despite bowling an over that was a bit erratic, short deliveries, full tosses, he's able to get the wicket, a very important wicket there. So now new batter is Ryan Littleton. This is again not very important for Jamaica that they get a partnership building. They still have 50 runs away from their target. 1 ball remaining in the 11th over. Navendra Sankar 1 for 4.
Yes, and that is fall of that wicket. We saw the advent of the president of the Trinidad Cricket Board as ambassador. He came across and greeted us. So with his appearance, Guyana picked up a wicket. So I think maybe Jamaica might tell him, boy, don't stick around too long.
So a third delivery, 50 runs required of 60 balls. Mr. Azim Basarat will be present at the prize-giving ceremony later this afternoon at the Couva Chamber of Commerce.
I see. So Jamaica, they are 71 for 4. This is the 11th over, and they're chasing 121 for victory. They need 50 more runs and 61 deliveries. The equation is still hanging, and their current run rate is 6.55. It's not a bad one indeed. So they're still in with a chance, but they need to keep wickets in hand, because the way in which most of the batsmen have been out with some loose shots in which they cannot afford to play, and it can be put on the soft dismissals.
Yes.
So again, a lot lies in the hands of Odean Binns. He's 31 of 26. He's batted well, but it's very important that he stays there if Jamaica have any hopes of getting to 121 for victory.
Yes, a lot will depend upon Odean Binns indeed. And he's down the track on this one. He bangs it straight past the bowler. It will go into the fence. No, good piece of running and cut off there indeed. And the return came in with just the amount of velocity, and the batsman was under some pressure to make his ground, but he did make it, and so you can see here.
So that's 2 more for Odean Binns. Again, he's using his feet, and it's really good to see him batting as confidently as he is. This one it's a big appeal, and it's a huge appeal. Shamar Apple is so confident but the Guyana are aware that how important it is to get Odean Binns, trying to convince the umpire to raise his finger.
It was a confident appeal by the keeper, but he was not supported by the bowler. The bowler wasn't too excited about it, so too was the umpire.
What is missing really?
It's one a bit short of a length punch down the ground to long off. He gets 1. Pushes the score now to 75. 2 balls remain in this over. 74 for 4. Can Fiaz Bash take another for his captain? Littleton on strike. He defends it quietly into the offside, no run.
I think this is the partnership in which Jamaica will be totally dependent upon if they have to go over the line, because this could be a crucial partnership indeed. The sun is leaving us very rapidly indeed, and there's a dark. The ground has it is quite not dark, but it's gloomy at this time, and I believe that the players. That's why the Guyanese captain may want to employ his 2 spinners all the time.
Yeah, so an update from Gilbert Park. Trinidad and Tobago made 194. Barbados in pursuit of 195 for victory. And the title, they are 161 for 9 in 45 overs. So they require another 35 runs, but just 1 wicket in hand. So it's 2 exciting games here, one in Gilbert Park, the other in the Cricket Centre. Woodin Binns using his feet, punching it down to long off, he gets 1. They're looking for two. There is a bit of a bubble on the outfield, but Littleton deciding against it and sending back Binns. So just 1 more to the total. Navindra Sankar in the middle of a spell that is critical for the Guyanese. If they are to defend this total, they need wickets. They need to keep taking wickets.
Yes, and this man, Navindra Sankar, is a man who they will be dependent on. And this one is of a full toss, you can say, and Little just plays it straight back past the bowler. And he's picked up a single. He's off the mark, isn't he?
Yeah, Littleton gets off the mark with a full toss, stroking it down to long off. So it's back to Binns. He's the man that has been finding the boundaries. And it's a much better delivery by Sankar. A bit of a miscommunication between the 2 batters, but there's no run. So they settle both men staying at the respective ends. So 3 balls remain in this over. Sankar just hoping that he can prize out another wicket. The prize scalp of Woodin Binns. He's 35 of 32. Faces up. This one it's in the air. It's a chance, but it's dropped. It goes out. He deflects it out to the long off. He gets 1, but he'll be disappointed. That was the wicket that the Guyanese was looking for. Navindra Sankar creating the opportunity, but unable to hold on.
That one was hit with tremendous amount of power, and that would tell batsmen, once you come down the wicket and you're about to hit the ball, hit the ball with all your might. So in case it goes for a return catch, the bowler has to hold on. And in this case, Sankar didn't hold on at all.
So that one again, Littleton just finding the man at cover, so unable to rotate the strike on that occasion. Guyanese have 5 in the circle because we're still in the second power play. So only 4 allowed outside the 30-yard circle. That closes off over number 13. 77 for 4. 44 runs required of 48 deliveries, 6 wickets in hand. We have an exciting run chase ahead of us here.
Yes, I'm looking at it no, Visham, I think the light is leaving us rapidly indeed. I think that might be a concern maybe the next 2 or 3 hours, because the light here is not what what the batsmen may enjoy if they remain with the 2 spin bowlers, no problem. But once they go on to the faster men, and I think Guyana will be quite smart enough to keep their 2 spin bowlers on, because they can do their job. Bax and Sankar, they are 2 capable spinners.
Yeah, just about 18 minutes past 5 here, local time. Fiaz Bash continuing. It's Binns stroking to the offside, no run. So the current run rate has now dropped under 6 runs and over, and the required run rate is getting close to 6 runs and over. So it's very tight at the moment as Fiaz Bash continuing. He's bowling well, and this one is pitched up, plays into the offside. May have been an opportunity for a single, but both batsmen deciding against it. So Fiaz Bash continuing. He's bowled well. He's in his 5th over here. 2 for 19. Short, pulled in the gap. It could go close to the boundary, and it just hauled in there by the man at deep mid wicket, so he able to get 2. Binns would have been disappointed. It was a short delivery, a bad delivery going down the leg side. Would have been hopeful to hit it to the boundary. Wasn't able to capitalize. He just gets 2.
I think both batsmen and both the bowler and the batsman will be both disappointed, because Bax a loose delivery, and Binns did not make maximum use of that opportunity.
This one again a bit of misfield, so it allows the batters to cross over for 1, and every run is important now. As we see, it's 41 runs required of 44 deliveries. 2 balls remain in this 14th over. Ryan Littleton, replacement player for the Jamaicans. He's come in and done well for the Jamaicans under 17s. He's now facing up the leg spin of Fiaz Bash. And that one, it peels off the outside edge. It goes out to the sweeper. He gets one. So he hands the strike back over to Odin Binns. He's the gun batter. He's 39 of 37. He's the man that could take Jamaica home for their first victory.
This is the big partnership. This partnership is it. Jamaica will need these two to carry on and take them as close as possible to their winning target. Short, Littleton bangs this one to mid-wicket. They go through for a comfortable single. And as we can see, it is the end of the over. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is. So the score pushes on to 82 for 4. And we're at the end of the 14th over.
Yeah, 39 more required of 7 overs. That's another 42 legal deliveries, 39 runs required. But most importantly now for the Jamaicans, they would have known that they would have seen out Fiaz Bash, who has been the pick of the bowlers.
Yes, he has bowled extremely well indeed. He did bowl some bad deliveries. I mean, some loose deliveries. I would call them bad. I think some loose deliveries, as any leg spinner will do. He ended up with 2 for 24 off his 5. Excellent bowling indeed for a youngster that age and playing in this level of competition.
Yeah, very well bowled, Fiaz Bash. Now Navendra Sankar to continue his wrist sprint from the sudden end. Binns taking strike. Oh, that's a lovely googly delivery. Wow, that's excellent variation there by Navendra Sankar. Googly turning back into Odin Binns, but he watched it well and was able to defend it out into the offside.
Yeah, that was a very close one indeed. The bat just came down in time.
That's when he's meeting it on the full, using his feet as he has done all innings and knocks it down to long off. He gets 1, feeds the strike over to Littleton. He's 2 of 7. He knows that he has to get going as well, aid his partner, because the required run rate is quickly getting to 6 runs and over. This one he picks out a man at cover again, so he'll be disappointed about that, Ryan Littleton. He needs to just find the gaps.
And he can hit the ball with some power. I've seen him hit the ball. He can hit it, but I think the responsibility which is on his shoulders at this time, because he knows that he and Odin Binns need to stay and need to bring Jamaica as close as possible to their winning target. He knows that. This one he bangs this one there, a big hit indeed. But it went all along the carpet with some power, and they just happened they go through for a single. The score advances by 1.
Yeah, it's been an excellent over by Navendra Sankar, just conceding 2 runs. So it's so important now that he's able to close off this over without conceding a boundary. And he does that quite effectively. He's able to scramble through for a single. So excellent over by Navendra Sankar, just conceding 3 of it. And now it's 36 runs required of 36 balls, 6 runs and over required. What an exciting end we have here, Aston Wren.
Yes, I think the spinners have done their job for the Guyanese team. We had Sankar now completing his over, a very good over indeed. Didn't concede any boundaries, kept it tight. And from the other end, where we see Fiaz Bash, he did a tremendous spell indeed. He picked up 2 for 24 off his 5 overs. So I think the Guyanese spinners have done their job, and they will be pleased with what have happened so far. But the game is there. It's not just doing your job, it is to get your team across the finish line. Odin Binns and Littleton will be the 2 men who will attempt to take Jamaica over the line, and the fielding team will attempt to deny them that right.
Romario Ramdale now will be forced to make a bowling change from the northern end, as Fiaz Bash would have bowled out his spell, completed 5 overs, 2 for 24, done well. So it's now going to be Adrian Hitmeyer taking up the bowling from the northern end. A lot resting his shoulders, 36 runs of 36 balls. Odin Binns 42 of 41. Ryan Littleton 3 runs of 10 deliveries.
So it's a very, very good equation indeed for this game. Has been set up nicely indeed. And let's see what Hetmeyer can do, Adrian Hetmeyer. If he can dislodge one of these batsmen, Guyana will be quite pleased. So a lot is rested on his shoulders. 85 for 4, and we are in the 16th over now.
Yeah, so we feeling change. Man, the sweeper now coming in to the offside to allow the long on, the mid off to go back to long on. So just a reminder, only 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and that 4 is a deep square, long on, long off, and a third man. Hitmeyer charging in from the northern and bowling. This is a full toss, and it's just defended out to the man at cover. It is signaled no ball, and it is a free hit. So not the start Hitmeyer would have wanted. A full toss over the waist and called a no ball. So it's going to be a free hit.
I thought it was a bit harsh, but I mean, for this one, it wasn't all that. But the umpire decision stands. How I saw it, but it is a free hit.
Oh, excellent delivery there by Hitmeyer. Perfect Yorker, but they're able to go through for 1. Despite it hitting the stumps, ball ricochets and goes down to third man. They get to 1. It is a free hit, just a reminder. So the 1 run will still count.
Yes, and the batsman cannot be dismissed of a free hit.
So 34 runs required of 35 balls. The countdown is on. Ryan Littleton now will be taking up strike. Hitmeyer would do well to replicate that delivery. It was a perfect Yorker length delivery. Knocking
good delivery, indeed, an excellent delivery. Having bowled a high full toss in his opening, in his first delivery of the spell, he came back and hit a perfect Yorker indeed.
Hitmeyer just fuller in length and is stroked down to long on. Littleton gets off the mark. He's doing the right thing by giving the strike over to Odin Binns. He just needs to do it a bit more frequently.
Yes, he needs to feed Odin Binns the strike. Binns is 7 runs away from his half century, and he's going to be taking this attack all the way.
And this one, he's defending it into the offside, looking for the single, but because the fielder was coming in quickly, decided against it. He didn't field it cleanly, but just because of the intent shown by the fielder, charging in, the batters decided against it. So it's now 6 runs and over required, 33 of 33. This one is drive, square of the wicket, gloriously played. It's not going to go all the way to the boundary due to the heavy outfield again. So they get 2. So again, Binns batting well, 45 of 44 deliveries.
Lovely shot indeed from Binns. He's showing his class here. He's a class player. He has all the shots. He has all he needs now is that right temperament. And I believe this innings, if he can hold on and see his team through, he'll be a better player. He will know exactly what it takes in tight situation and intense situation.
Yeah, another lovely delivery there. Played out, well kept out by Binns. So 1 ball remaining in this Adrian Hitmeyer over. 90 for 4. Another 31 runs required of 31 balls. Astel Ren, where's your money?
I'm not a betting man, but I like the batting team. I think Jamaica still have a chance.
Stroke down to long off to get 1. So it's 30 runs required of the final 5 overs. Astel Ren's money is in his pocket and it's going to remain there.
Because looking at the innings of Odin Binns, because this can be called about a coming out innings. If he can get this team over the line and be not out in the end, he'll be he will be a better player, a stronger player, one who knows exactly when to come in, when to accelerate, when to pull back, and when to go full throttle. And his shot selection were quite good too, because he knew when to go over the top and he knew when to keep the ball along the ground. This is a very, very important innings for this young man, and if he continue in this vein, I believe he can get his team over the line. Ryan Littleton has to be there with him at the finish if Jamaica has to come away victory. But Guyana, they have been fighting. They have done an excellent job so far, and they will be seeking to deny the Jamaicans that right and that victory charge.
Spot on, Astel. Definitely agree with you. This innings has been a classy one by Odean Binns, and he will be a better batter if he's able, if he continues, and this experience just batting there and taking his team over the line, if he does, will bode well for his future as he finds the gap down to long off. He just gets one due to the fact that Littleton slipping on the striker's end, so the batter is just content with one. It's 29 runs required of 29 balls. Navindra Sankar, he's been entrusted to bowl his fourth over. It's 1 for 11. He's been very economical.
Very good indeed, and he's really bowling well indeed.
Littleton doing a good job stroking it down past the bowler. Navindra Sankar unable to hold on there, so that's just one more. Rotating the strike nicely, just run a ball required. But it's exciting game here at the cricket centre as the lights fade. Sankar short, cutting, but hits it straight to the man at cover point. It's Hitmaya, no run. So for the first time in the innings, the required run rate has now gone past 6 runs. 6 runs and over. It's 28 of 27 required. This one is full. He's driving. Gets out to long off. They're going to settle for one again. So 27 now required from 26 balls.
Sankar has been just very good. He's trying to build pressure, trying to trying to get the batsman to make it to he's trying to enforce an error from these batsmen. Good delivery right up there. It's a very, very good delivery indeed. Nothing in which Littleton can do much about, but just come right forward and just put the bat down and make sure it doesn't cannon into his pad or the stumps. And there is Littleton, a big one, high in the air. It dropped before the fieldsman, but with all that effort, just one run to get from it. And that's the end of the over. The score is 95 for 4.
Yeah, just one run of that final delivery was a full toss, and Littleton looking to get maximum value, unable to make good enough contact to get to the boundary. It one bounce to the man at deep mid wicket. He gets a single. So to close off the 17th over, the score is now 95 for 4. They require for the 26 runs of 24 balls.
Good equation indeed, a tight equation, and the Jamaican, the batsmen in the middle, they're aware of that because I see they have a small, they met in the middle, have a small discussion. Maybe they are telling themselves, well, we need to target somebody, to target one of these bowlers. Maybe they may go after Hetmyer because this is the second over, and maybe they may target him. Let's see.
Oh, that's beautifully played here by Ryan Littleton. That was full over pitch in the slot and driven down past the bowler into the long one boundary. 4 runs. Ryan Littleton coming to the party.
Lovely shot indeed, and just as I predicted, they are going to be looking at Hetmyer to be the man that they're going to be targeting, because this is his second over. Sankar has bowled well. He is in a rhythm. He has his length and line already, but Hetmyer this is his second over, and he's still searching around for that length and line and the right spot indeed. And Littleton will not allow him to settle down.
Beautifully bowled there. This one scampering through for 1. It's going to be a leg by.
Yes, good comeback delivery from Hetmyer there. He struck Littleton on the pad. A lot of appeal there. He asked umpire Sandy, who was very confident indeed, and showed that it was a leg by. It means that the ball was going down the leg.
21 runs required. 22 balls remain. And that's a lovely delivery just outside of some Yorker length, going past the edge through to wicketkeeper Shamar Apple. So 21 required of 21 deliveries.
Good delivery indeed. Just outside the off stump, Bim tried to just run this one down to third man to maybe pick up a single or two, but it went through to the keeper, Shamar Apple, and the tension continues.
Yeah, as you see,
100 for 4.
Another fielding change. The man at cover goes out to the boundary, sweeping on the offside. And this one is a full toss. It's defended back to mid-off, but no run. So 21 runs required of 20 balls. 2 balls remaining this 18th over. 21 runs required. Binns taking strike. It's defending, but back to the bowler. This is a good comeback to Adrian Hitmeyer's second over, because after the first ball was struck away for 4. Since then, just conceding a leg by and 3-dot deliveries.
Good delivery, indeed, good. He has come back and come back very strongly indeed. And you can see Odin Bims complaining from the umpire because he thought that high one could have been called a no ball.
Oh, that's nicely played by Binns, using his deft touch down to third man. He gets 1. He's coming through for the 2, and he will get it quite comfortably. So that's good batting, Odin Binns. Now that gets him to a half century. A very well played innings by Odin Binns. Most importantly, though, he will want to let the Jamaican team cross the line and get a victory. Can he do it for his team?
Well,
only time will tell.
The way in which he has compiled his innings are very good innings indeed. He hit 3 6s and 4 4s. A very good innings indeed. He's a class act. He's a class player, and you can see he's one that will progress on to the other levels of the age group. Once he gets past this age group, he'll go on. He'll go on, definitely go on, because he's well organized. He has all the shots. He just, as I say, this innings will be a coming out innings for him. Once he can stay and see his team over the finish line, he will realize now what it takes to be a champion and what it takes to be a champion batsman.
Yeah, excellent sportsmanship also seen there. Shamar Apple just giving him a tap on the glove for his innings. Very well played innings by Odin Binns. So it's important that he now realizes that it's so vital that he stays there and he hits the winning runs for his team.
Yes, he has 50 or 54 deliveries, and I'm hoping that he stays out there and really takes Jamaica over the finish line, because he's a class act. He's a good player, and he needs that type of innings to really make him believe in himself that he can progress and can become a top class player, one that his name will be echoed around the Caribbean.
Bowling change now from the sudden, and it will be Parmeshwar Ram bowling his final over of the day. So it's going to be it's a vital over here. It's the field now. It's a third man, a deep point, long on, long off, deep mid wicket. Parmeshwar Ram to Littleton, and this is full. It's driven down to long off. They get 1. They're going to settle for 1. So that's 18 runs required of 17 balls. Parmeshwar Ram, you've been impressed with him. Can he close off? Can he deliver a good over here for his captain, Ramdial?
Well, this has to be a good over for him, because his captain will be banking on him. Will put all his money on him to bowl a very tight over indeed. He has what it takes. He has all the qualities to bowl a good over. It's just he has to put it all right in his head, and just execution will be, once he executes well, I think his captain will be quite pleased with him.
Ram, Binns guiding it down to third man. Just 1, so they're content with just rotating it at the moment, and that's good. That's all fine at the moment. It's 17 required of 16 balls. They know that maybe just 1 boundary required in order to just ease the pressure and the tension. These young men, this is the occasion they look forward to.
Yes, I think Jamaica needs a boundary maybe in this over. They need one to really, as you rightfully point out, to ease the pressure. This one is right up in the block hole. A good delivery from Ram, right up there. And Littleton was up to the task. He had to dig it out, but make sure that it did not go into his pads or hit the stumps. And he was up there with it.
Excellent execution by Parmeshwar Ram. So he's doing the job. It's just 2 runs he's conceded off his 3 deliveries. 3 balls remain. It's so important that he closes off the over well. Doesn't want to concede that boundary. He wants to ensure that the required run rate continues to climb. It's now close to 7.
And his captain just went across and have a quick word with him to make sure that he has it right.
Littleton, it's a slower delivery. Split to cover. They're running on anything right now. They get 1. It's an opportunity for a buzzer. It's going to be an overthrow, and they get it. So that's 2 more to the total. Not the best backing up there by the fielders. So 2 more, 2 vital runs for Jamaica.
Guyana cannot afford to give away an extra run at this time of the game, where every single run counts. And you can see that delivery from Ram was a slow delivery. Littleton came forward, and you can see the bat was raised, thinking it's a normal pace delivery, a slower one, and you had to check it and push it there for a comfortable single. Good bowling.
Littleton again driving in the air, and the man at cover is beaten, just shying away from it, but long off charges in and they get one. They're looking for the second, but they settle for one on this occasion. So 14 runs required of 13 deliveries. We have such an exciting finish here in store for us.
And I can see that Bims is feeling the time that he spent in the middle. You could see at times he's holding his knees, and sometimes he's bending over.
Yeah, he'll be an exhausted man. It's been there majority of the innings. Now facing up this delivery. Ram, it's a full toss. It's on the pad and it's whipped away. Classy Odean Bins. This one goes into the boundary that Jamaica was desperate for. Odean Bins, off the bat of Odean Bins. It's now 10 runs required of the last 2 overs.
And that's Ram will be kicking himself. He'd be very, very disappointed indeed. He bowled a very, very good trim. This over was a good over indeed. And the final delivery, he put a full toss down the leg side, which was a gift. And Odean Bim says, "Thank you very much." And he deposited that over the line for 6. Yes, indeed. So I think this was the boundary which I needed. 111 for 4.
Yeah, 10 runs required now. 2 overs remain.
10 from 12.
Yeah, so still there was a long delay today. We did have a damp outfield, but it's definitely worth the wait. What we've witnessed this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, and you can see the talent out there, because these youngsters, especially when you see talent such as Odean Bim and the leg spinner Ramnaraj Singh and Bash. I mean, you realize that all is not lost in West Indies cricket. These fellas can make the step up, and it is worthwhile to see them at this age.
Hit Maya to Littleton. This one is he's swinging down, using a lot of bottom hand. They get to 1. They're going to go through for 2. And it's a direct hit. It's a close call. It's a big appeal, but it's not out given. So despite being hampered with a slight knee injury, Odean Bins able to complete the second run. The Jamaicans well known for speed, like the likes of Asafa Powell and the great
Usain Bolt.
Correct.
Yes, indeed, Jamaica. A good hit indeed, a direct hit, but you can see from the replay, Bims is over the line.
Excellent Yorker length delivery. They're going through for 1. It's misfielded again, and that has been the most disappointing part of the entire day. The number of misfields that we've seen throughout the game. But
yes,
then again, we do have to appreciate that the conditions aren't the best.
Correct. Like I will point out to you, I mean, Bims get to 55, but on a normal outfield where the batsman will be given the reward for every shot, he could be about 80 something at this time. Because the outfield is very, very heavy indeed, and when you have to shots that where he would have been given a boundary, where he should have been given a boundary, with some of the shots he played, he just got 2 runs there. So that 56 which he scored could be about 70 something on a normal where all things are equal.
6 runs required of 9 deliveries. Ryan Littleton taking strike.
Good shot indeed, and they brought it down from 6 to 5.
So 5 runs required. Just about 8 deliveries remaining. So
8 deliveries remaining indeed.
Yeah, so Odean Bins now will be confident that his team is in a commanding position at the moment. He'll want to close it off. He's on strike. He's on 5. And that's a lovely shot. He hits it back past the ball. It's going deep into the outfield. He gets 1. They settle for 1. So they're 1 hit away now are the Jamaicans to get their first victory in this under-17 tournament.
And they will be very, very happy indeed to leave these shores with a victory. I see the umpire standing out there, umpire Kachif Sandy.
And he signaled no ball, another full toss over the waist.
Yes, so this one will definitely hurt the Guyanese, and you could see Hetmeyer is not pleased at all. He's disappointed. He's disappointed that he has bowled such a delivery at this time during the game, where 3 runs is needed of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, so 1 hit away. Ryan Littleton on strike. This one is short, and he's pulling in the air, but it's going to fall short. They will be able to get. It's gone into the fence. It starts the winning runs for Jamaica. So they accomplish their first victory in this CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Championship. They will be pleased about their performance as the run.
Exactly, indeed, and that's how at least Letterton wanted to finish it off. It was a short delivery from Hetmeyer, and he went back, he pulled it, and hit it with all his might. And that was the winning boundary that Jamaica needed to get over the finish line. A tremendous Littleton played a good supporting hand. He wasn't as explosive as I know he can be. I saw him at the Queen's Park Oval where he himself scored a half century, where he scored 4 sixes. But on this occasion, he played a supporting role to Odin Bim, who played a fantastic inning indeed. I must say, this young man has a bright future. He has all the shots. He's well composed, and this innings indeed will be one in which he will remember for quite a long while in his career.
Yeah, definitely excellent performance here. What a wonderful game we've witnessed. Robert Haynes, the manager, coach of the Jamaican team, would have been continuously motivating these young men as they've been on the losing end of a number of games. But to come out victorious here this afternoon would mean a lot to them.
Yes, and they are leaving these shores. The function. This is the final round game encounter of this tournament. They have the function tonight, and then the guys will be able to fly out tomorrow. Jamaica will be leaving these shores very a smiling bunch, a happy bunch, despite all the ups and downs they have faced and the weather conditions and some of the matches which they should have won and they have lost, but they leave on a high note. We say congrats to them. We say also to Guyana, they fought a good fight. They put up a good fight, but one team has to win and one has to lose. And in this case, Jamaica came on top, but the Guyanese can hold themselves very, very proud indeed that they put up a great fight, and they shouldn't feel too disappointed competing in this tournament.
Yeah, 2 excellent performances for the Jamaicans in this game. Odin Binns unbeaten on 50 odd, and Ramnari Singh 3 wickets, the wrist spinner. It will be a difficult decision to determine who is man of the match.
I think yes, it will be a very difficult for the adjudicator to really come up with the man of the match, because both performances were quite important indeed, the wrist spinner and the batter. But we are waiting to see that decision.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful game again here. The final game in our CWI Rising Star Under 17 50 over and 2D Championship. From on behalf of myself, Asta Ren, Dimitri Ramdani, and Iran Rampasad Singh, we wish you a safe and wonderful evening.